Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started very soon. Thanks for taking a seat. Could I ask everybody to take a seat? We're going to get started. We know we're battling the rain and the slow metros this morning. Okay, good morning to all of you. My name is Charlotte Hebebrand. I'm the Director of Communications and Public Affairs at IFPRI, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to today's launch of the Global Food Policy Report of 2025 on food policy lessons and priorities for a changing world. A very warm welcome to those of you with us here in person. It's great to see so many colleagues and friends. And also, welcome to all of you joining us online. We're very excited to launch the report and to celebrate IFPRI's 50th anniversary today. I would like to turn right away to the Managing Director of the CGIAR, Ismahane Elouafi. She's joining us from an important meeting in Africa, and we're very grateful for her to kick us off here this morning. Over to you, Ismahane.
Thank you so much, Charlotte, and it's a really pleasure to be with you here, even if it's remotely. So good morning to everybody. So I would like just on behalf of the whole CGIAR to really express my pleasure to really welcome you to the launch of the IFPRI 2025 Global Food Policy Report. The title, it's very inciting and very exciting, Food Policy Lessons and Priorities for a Changing World. And I would like also to really congratulate IFPRI for its 50th anniversary. I'm sure you all agree with me that IFPRI's annual flagship report is always makes an important contribution to food system related to policy topics and to debate. And this year anniversary edition is sure to become a key resource for policymakers and other food system stakeholders, as well as for researchers, for students across the planet. It provides an overview of how food policies have evolved since the 1975. And it does identify as well priorities for food policy research in the run-up to 2050. I have seen throughout the years, firsthand, multiple times, how IFPRI, through its outstanding research and close engagement with policymakers across multiple regions and countries, have lived up its mission of providing research-based policy solutions that sustainably reduce poverty and hunger and malnutrition. I would like to really congratulate our Director General of IFPRI, Dr. Joe Swinnen, but also Dr. Chris Barrett from Cornell University for editing this impressive volume, and the many authors from IFPRI and partner organization on this year's report. And I would like to send my special regard to Dr. Michael Kremer, who will be delivering the keynote address today on innovations for the future. With that, back to you, and enjoy this wonderful coming hour where you're gonna get those rich discussion around the report. Back to you, Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Ismahane. We appreciate your helping us to open the session today. As Ismahane said, this is a backward-looking report, looking at the history of the evolution of food policy since the 1970s up to today, but also importantly, a forward-looking report. So looking at what we expect to be the key challenges in the run-up to 2050, and the role of food policy research to help guide policymakers and other decision makers in the years ahead. So it's a much larger GFPR than we usually have. And I invite all of you to download the report. It is now available online. And we also, of course, have a synopsis printed out for you, which you can get from the front. So the first part of this session today will look at presenting the report. And then, as Ismahane mentioned, we're delighted to then move into a keynote address from Michael Kremer, who will speak to us on how innovations can be scaled up for greater impact. And then the final session of the day is going to be chaired by Purnima Menon, Senior Director of IFPRI, who will engage with some of our external partners on some forward-looking questions. What do we expect that IFPRI and other research organizations will need to focus on in the years ahead? And these reflections will be very valuable to us because we're developing a new IFPRI strategy, which will be released by the end of this year. Now I'd like to take a moment to actually unveil this year's report. I would like to invite Yo and Purnima to join us up here as we launch the report. And then I have a very special announcement. We have three very distinguished figures in global food policy research in our midst today. We have three former Director Generals of IFPRI who have been able to join us today, Per Pinstrup Andersen, Schengen Fan, and Joachim van Braun. And we would be very honored if you would also come and help us unveil the report. We'll let you do the honors. You can just pull it down. Here, let's get all situated here.
All right. The camera's ready.
1, 2, 3. How does it go, Jay?
Okay, you put it on this side. Okay, Barry, I
Here,
have
let
to
me-
help you. So, 3, more panels. Although we need a female. Okay, Barry, you have to help me. Yeah, you can do it.
Okay, there we go. Oh. Super, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Yo, before you sit down, I'm going to pass the floor actually over to you now. We're going to hear from Yo and Chris for an overview of the GFPR, and then we'll come to some of the more detailed presentations in a little bit.
Wow, it's the one. Good. All right, good morning, everybody here in the room in Washington, D.C., and people are following us from the Americas. And good afternoon and good evening from other parts of the world. Let me also from my side, a very, very warm welcome, and also a very warm and special welcome for my, if colleagues is the right word, or former colleagues, or I guess when I retire, then I will be a colleague, okay, as a former thing. So, Per, Joachim, and Schengen for being here together. I really look forward to the session later today where we will have them on stage as well, where they reflect on the challenges they were facing and how they saw IFPRI develop and to address the challenges and also saw opportunities and their vision in terms of what has happened and look forward, use that experience to look forward. We know that in the past, a lot of the policy initiatives, high-level activities and partnerships that were started then are still persisting today, continuing, and so they have basically been the foundation, brought the foundation where we are today, and so there's a big thank you from all of us for that. I also very much want to express a thank you and very warm welcome to the IFPRI staff and also our partners who are with us here today in the room or joining us online. All of them have obviously contributed to what we will talk about today, what we will present, and to the Institute and the impact it has had over the years. And of course, that we hope to continue working with them also for the future. Chris and I jointly edited the Global Food Policy Report. And so I wasn't going to forget, but I am going to do it upfront because it's been a massive effort from our colleagues from CPA. Charlotte and her team, Pamela has done an amazing job. She must have, her hair color must have changed this year. And so you'll see we have more chapters than usual, and basically with more chapters there is more excitement, let's say, in the process of getting there. So I think all of you know Chris. Chris is a very distinguished professor in agricultural and development economics. He is professor in Cornell, but he's also the chief editor, co-editor of Food Policy. And he is, since a couple of years now, the chair of what's now called IFPRI Strategy and Program Committee, which really sets out guidance on our research strategy going forward. And Chris has been a very important contributor to the report as a whole, both in his editorial work and also in terms of the writing and the guidance and, of course, conclusion. So when we wrote the introductory part, okay, it's an overview and things. It was both, as I say, an opportunity and a challenge in the sense that we thought, oh, great, bring everything together, until we realized this was actually not so easy. And the reason is, one of the reasons is, well, we are basically looking back for a very long period and looking forward for quite a long period. Food policy is covering a lot of things. And IFPRI is a big institution now. IFPRI doesn't work on one component of food policy. It covers a lot of different components, going from fertilizer subsidies, trade regulations, biotechnology policy, school feeding programs, and so on, okay? Which makes it difficult to come with kind of things which are at the same time very general conclusions and not so too high a level that they're not specific enough. So we've been struggling with that a bit. You'll see that. So what I will present here is really part of a broader presentation where several of the other speakers later today will present in a more specific way. IFPRI is, so it was interesting. So all the chapters in the book and also the presentation I will have is both about general international food policy analysis, research, and about IFPRI specific, the contribution that IFPRI made and the contribution it hopes to play in the role. And basically we have both in there. And that of course adds to the challenge of both the summary and the forward-looking part of it. One point is also when you look back and look forward that of course, 2025 is the year that we're 50 years old. Okay, so that's the year also we're publishing this thing. So it's a normal point where you look back and look forward. But for a lot of things where we talk about challenges of the past and challenges of the future, that line is obviously not as clear. Okay, and think about issues which were not that important in in 1975 when IFPRI was founded, have become much more important now than they were then, okay? But it's not that this is just starting in 2025. That started a couple of years ago or sometimes a couple of decades ago. And several of the people who reviewed our chapter said, well, we've been working on this for 2 decades, right? Why are you saying this is a new challenge? So some of this, which is good, because they have anticipated these new challenges at the same time. But so that is an issue which will come up in the presentation as well. And then the final thing is that for some things, 2025 is actually, I think, a different year. Okay, I think in terms of the financing of global development, we may look back in 20 years, looking back at 2025 as a crucial year, or at least a crystallizing point where something which was already there structurally suddenly came to the forefront in a quite dramatic way and have brought changes going forward, just like I think 2015 is one, as I will show in a second. Okay. One advantage I think about 2020 being here is that I do not need to explain that policy matters and that policy matters at scale. Okay, what we're experiencing right now in the world of global development is an illustration of that. Okay, with this general introduction, I'm first going to pass the floor to Chris for a 5-minute video that he has prepared, and then I'll show some slides.
50 years ago, in 1975, IFPRI was created in a world just coming out of a major global food crisis characterized by price spikes and rising hunger and malnutrition. Asia and Africa were the epicenters of international concern, not just because of the mass humanitarian concerns there, but also because of the conflicts, small and large, and the rush for natural resources that were immensely valuable. The world struggled with how to balance the competing needs of boosting output to satisfy rising food consumer demand with the conservation of fragile natural environments that support agri-food systems productivity now and into the future. Societies also grappled with how to empower historically marginalized populations so that they might fully contribute to and equitably enjoy the fruits of agri-food systems transformation. Each of these challenges underscored the need for concerted policy actions and thoughtful policy analyses. I could be describing today just as much as 1975, right? A big difference is that in 1975, the world suffered from a food policy research void. IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute, was founded to fill that void with the same mission as it has today, to end poverty and hunger. IFPRI food policy research directly contributed to what can only be described as an era of remarkable progress in agri-food systems all over the world, lasting through the end of the 20th century and into the early 2000s, with historically unprecedented reductions in hunger and poverty, with growth in productivity so that the world could feed an additional 150 plus million people each and every year, while nonetheless liberating workers from the dangers and drudgery of farm work to pursue more lucrative and safer livelihoods. The challenges and opportunities today differ starkly in some cases from those of 50 years ago, but the core need for rigorous demand-responsive food policy research remains. The language we use has also shifted. In 1975, hardly anyone spoke of agri-food systems, or of nudges, or of value chains, or of planetary boundaries. The key foci of food policy have likewise adjusted. Climate change wasn't yet on people's radars in 1975, nor was obesity really. Resilience was a term and a concept reserved for civil engineers studying physical structures like bridges, not a concept applied to study people and communities' ability to withstand and recover from extreme weather events or complex humanitarian emergencies. The global population has more than doubled in the ensuing half-century, and much of it has concentrated in the nations with the lowest and slowest growing agricultural productivity. The rapid rise of digital technology, synthetic biology, modern logistics, and modern genomics are accelerating the pace of progress, creating both great opportunities and tangible risks. The demand for food policy research among public, private, and not-for-profit sector leaders has therefore only grown as the food-related challenges and opportunities confronting society have evolved. Food policy research has been hugely influential, and it can remain so going forward. This year's Global Food Policy Report celebrates IFPRI's 50th anniversary. In its pages, IFPRI scientists and their partners reflect on what has been accomplished, what worked and what failed over these past 50 years, and the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead. This volume not only reports on current food policy issues in a rigorous yet accessible way, it also effectively summarizes the history of modern food policy research. I congratulate the authors and IFPRI on their excellent work, not just in this book, but over these past 50 years. A reader cannot help but conclude that the world needs IFPRI, and it needs rigorous, thoughtful, unbiased food policy research at least as much today as it did in 1975. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'll do in my presentation, I will briefly start with some major changes that we have seen over the past decades, and basically use that to look forward in terms of the challenges we have, and talk about IFPRI specific, and then basically as a feed into the specific presentation that will come after me. Michael, I have to use my own slides here, right? No, I'm obviously using my own slides, but I have to. Okay, great. So you've seen this already, right? So we have 18 chapters plus 6 regional chapters. So 18 thematic chapters. So it's been, as Charlotte already said, so it's a big report with many different components, and that's of course reflecting the fact that we work on so many different things, and food policy encompasses so many different aspects, which are all quite important in today's world. IFPRI was founded in 1975, and there are 2 really interesting pieces. There's one on the first 10 years written by Curtis Farrar. There's one written on the first 25 years written by Per Pinstrup Anderson. And for those of you interested in history, it's certainly worthwhile picking up and taking a look at that in terms of the early days, in terms of what was the objective and the activities going on. So it was established with the financial support of Ford Foundation, Rockefeller, IDRC, and USAID became an early and strong supporter ever since. Clearly, some of these organizations are still very important for us, but others have clearly stepped in, such as, for example, the Gates Foundations and several European-based funders. The focus was very much on international public goods around 4 themes. One was the world food trends, agriculture production, agriculture growth linkages, and food subsidies. And most of the staff working were agricultural economists in those days. And so after a couple of years in 1979, actually different documents have a different year, but it's around 1980 that IFPRI joined the CGIAR. So what we've seen in the 40 years since IFPRI was joined is really an unprecedented progress in reducing hunger and poverty. These are amazing figures, okay? This is the reduction of undernourishment in developing countries, and this is the reduction in poverty in the world, okay? And you see these are large numbers if you put them in number of people who become food secure, get out of hunger problems or out of poverty. These are very, very large numbers, okay? And then things change. So in the past decade, we've seen a stagnation and a reversal in hunger and poverty. So the right-hand panel here is the share of the population that is undernourished by region, and you see that around 2015, about 10 years ago, that's really when the turning point is, okay? And you see this is happening in most of the regions of the world. So it's not concentrated in a single region. A component of that, if you look at the acute food insecurity, that has almost tripled since 2016. So this is really, really worrisome times. Okay, so this is not a little blip coinciding, for example, with COVID. You see these changes, the turn in the trends are really before COVID hits. Okay, so it's really a structural break which has several fundamental factors which are reinforced by things like COVID, by the tripling, the spillover effects of the war in Ukraine or conflicts all around the world, okay? If you look at nutrition and health indicators, there you see that the situation, the numbers are much bigger. The number of who are now basically food insecure are around between 800 and 900 million people, order of magnitude, right? If you look at the number of people who have micronutrient deficiency, there's 2 billion people in the world. People who cannot afford a healthy diet, there's 3 billion people. That's a very large share of the population of this world, okay? And so you see at the same time that the issues that the improvements in terms of number of children affected by stunting and wasting has improved over this period, okay? But there's still very significant problems. And at the same time, we've seen this growth of obesity throughout the world, not just in rich countries, but particularly in middle-income countries and from poor countries moving into middle income, where this is picking up very rapidly. The externalities and the sustainability here, the story is less positive in the sense that there has not been this type of 40 years of progress, if you want. It's actually 40 years of going backwards on that one. So we've seen you've seen there's nothing new there, but the numbers when you present them are actually quite striking, how these trends in extreme weather events and droughts and floods have really picked up over the last 40, 50 years. And agriculture and the food systems are now major contributors to energy use, to global gas emissions. It's somewhere between 20 and 35%, depending on how you define agriculture and food. And so agriculture and food are major users of freshwater resources and contributors to biodiversity loss. I'm sure I'm not telling you anything new. We've seen increased volatility over the past 15 years, really since 2000. And at the same time, a very strong increase, and this number is really worrying, is going from, so if you look at the number of people who are displaced, who actually have to move from home, either going to different regions or different countries, okay, that was relatively stable between 1990 and 2010, and really has spiked since then. But if you look at the more general indicator of people living in fragile and conflict-affected situation, there you see there's been a very, very strong growth over the past 50 years as well. And of course, the acute food insecurity is very much associated with these types of situations. We also see a more structural change in productivity. There you see, so these are numbers calculated by a consortium of groups, but particularly ERS and Keith Fugle's group have been very influential there, are very active there, and made huge contributions. And there you see, if you look at the green boxes, that's really important. You see, since 1970, you see this is the green box is growing, okay, until 2010. Okay, and that means that the contribution of productivity growth, so you can produce more food with the same inputs, or you can produce the same amount of food with less inputs, that has grown significantly over this period. But you see that that growth has slowed down significantly again over the last 15 years. Okay, so in the same trend as we see the worsening of food security indicators, we see a worsening of agriculture productivity growth in the world. And then if you look locally in terms of where this is correlated with climate change, we see that particularly in the poorest countries of the world, this correlation, this negative correlation, is the strongest. Okay, so it's kind of a double worrying effect. Another factor is that we have a very strongly expanded role of the private sector over the last couple of decades. So there's two components to this story. So this is data from IFPRI's work on basically analyzing these value chains, these food systems, where they look at the role of agriculture, farming itself, in basically in the consumer dollar spent, okay, in the value chain. And one thing is that with development, you see that that share decreases. That means that the rest of the value chain becomes more important, creates more job, more employment, more value added. But at the same time, we have seen this major liberalization which has taken place across the developing world and also middle income world in the 1980s and 1990s. And so this used to be dominated by state control in the 1960s and 1970s, which is now very significantly private sector dominated and things. Okay, so these are two different effects, but that means we have to incorporate this into our analysis because these are really important actors in food system transformation. Then we see a shifting financial landscape, a shifting global innovation landscape, and a shifting knowledge landscapes as well. There's different components to that. But we see, for example, in public funding of ag R&D, that this has basically there's been significant growth of that, again, from 1970 till 2000 in the US, in many of the European countries, for example. That has kind of flattened out since then. And it has shifted to a growth of private sector investments in ag R&D, and basically the growth in countries where income has grown. Particularly, these are data from China, India, and Brazil. And you see there's been very significant growth in the investments in what's called here the agricultural knowledge and innovation system. This has many implications. One of them is for an organization such as IFPRI or the CGIAR more broadly, what are we contributing? Okay, so this means also that these countries' capacity of doing their own analysis, their own technical innovation has increased tremendously compared to 40 years ago. So the question is, what do we contribute? What is our role in this process going forward? And so the issues on the global shifts in ODA, which we're currently experiencing, I think you are very well aware. And so there, I think there is clearly a structural shift away from the traditional donors, and the future is uncertain there, I think. Okay, what about IFPRI? IFPRI has evolved, obviously, over this time. According to the data that we could find, there was 40 people working in the initial IFPRI. Around 2000, there was around 200 staff, and at this point, we are between 500 and 600 staff at IFPRI. The second thing is that the staff has become the research part. At this point, we have about 60% of the staff is researchers, and of that, we still have 70% economists, but we have a very strongly growing group of people, particularly in nutrition and health, and also researchers which come from other social sciences, political sciences, sociology, anthropology, which have made that our research capacity and our staff working on these things is much more has more disciplines, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary than before, and there's a lot of joint work between these disciplines within IFPRI. I was very surprised when I came, positively surprised to see the activity of the interdisciplinary work. Another major change is the shift out of headquarters into the countries. Right now, we have 60% of our staff is in countries, okay, no longer in headquarters, and that has been a trend which has started about 20 years ago and is continuing. It's almost a straight line when you look at the graph there. Another point I should mention is that we have 28% of our staff have a PhD, so we have about 150 PhDs. I mean, that's huge compared to almost any organization in the social sciences in the world, okay? And we have a large group of gender experts in IFPRI across the different disciplines, and so gender has been a very important component, very strong, both in terms of the organization of IFPRI's work internally and in terms of the research that has been done. In terms of the strengths, this is based on the comparative analysis exercise that we did as part of the new strategy that's being developed. And so these are the 6 components which have been identified. And so I'm just going to touch upon them very briefly. One is dedication to research quality. I think this is really, really, really important, okay? You can have all the impact in the world, but if you have impact with bad policy advice, I mean, that's worse than having no impact, okay? So therefore, the quality of the analysis is really important, and the emphasis put on that. And this is really not something I have introduced. I have definitely tried to keep it, but it's been there before for years, for decades even. I think it's very, very important. Independence, so that people look at IFPRI, the advice that we give, the analysis that we do, as not being influenced by ideology or by political pressure, etc. It's very much appreciated. I think the reach, I think this is something, again, when I joined and I started better understanding the organization, the link between our local understanding of the issues, working with local stakeholders, local governments, local basically capacity development, link it up with our global analysis is very strong and makes IFPRI quite unique in our field. And we are right now, a point I've added, and we are active in a lot of fragile areas in the world, for places like Sudan, Yemen, Myanmar, Ethiopia, other places. We have teams on the ground, okay, collecting data, often the only people, only organizations there who is actually bringing out data on what is going on in the world. So I think that's really important. Partnerships are related to the reach there, which are obviously very important. And I think also the fact that we now have people from very different disciplines coming together means that we're better equipped to deal with systemic solutions, which are obviously very important in today's world, where we have to bring different aspects of the food system together and not just work on one component alone. And then finally, our communication capacity, I think, is a really important contribution of IFPRI, or strength of IFPRI, in terms of reaching out. We have done a series of exercises now in, so the rankings here in REPAC in terms of where we are in terms of essentially agriculture economics, economics of Africa, development economics. That's based on external indicators. There's no such rankings in nutrition, okay, but we know that our nutrition work is very highly appreciated and some of. So we've done a number of exercises trying to measure our impact. These are different areas where we have been looking at and identifying factors. And so here is just a quick overview of the types of things that are actually right now either ready for you to consult or coming out. We have an impact assessment report which kind of brings a whole bunch of things together, which is written by Peter Hazel and Frank Place. It's a really nice report, a lot of details in it. And then we have a series of different outputs or products, if you want, which are bringing together also views from outside in terms of how they see our work and things that we have done. So I'll be happy to respond to this in the Q&A because I'm running out of time here. So this is my next to last slide. In our strategy going forward, we have said, so how are we really affecting the world in our area in terms of doing impactful research and engagement in the world which is changing, landscape which is changing in terms of finance and knowledge. And so we see IFPRI playing a role in 4 different ways. One is clarifying situation and outlook. That's where we do unique data collection, modeling, exercises, etc. Testing, adapting, scaling diverse solutions. That's how can we improve things? What are the options that governments or NGOs have in introducing changes and what is most effective? That's what we test there. Shaping enabling environments. We know all that's really, really important. If you do that right, you can stimulate private sector, other actors to basically move in desirable direction. And then finally, the capacity building, the working with people in the different countries is extremely important and will grow in importance. And again, our role is changing since the knowledge landscape is changing here as well. This one is just food policy priorities for the future. This is different components which we identify. These are very broad themes, and so the next presentation will go into details on what they mean in very specific different components, different domains. So I'm not going to go into detail on this one. So let me end then with just reading a few lines from our concluding chapters. From the conclusion of our introductory chapter. Sorry, I'm mixing up my words here. So the task in the years ahead, as it was over the past 5 decades for food policy researchers in general and IFPRI more specifically, is to provide the evidence that supports effective policies to sustainably reduce poverty and end hunger and malnutrition. The evolving knowledge and funding landscape will require IFPRI to continuously evaluate and review its comparative advantage to efficiently provide the greatest positive impact in a changing world. The challenges that we face should be used as an incentive and as an opportunity to question ourselves and our approach and to find ways to be more effective and more impactful. But in 2025, after 50 years, food policy research is central to solving the world's food security and sustainability problems, and IFPRI's relevance to these first-order global challenges has never been greater. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jo. And also thanks to Chris for his remarks. We're now going to move into a series of 8 thematic presentations that will take a little bit of a deeper dive into just a subset of the chapters in this year's GFPR. We will follow that with a Q&A. There are mics here for those of you who would like to ask questions from the room. And then we're also looking forward to getting questions from our online audience. You can submit your questions on IFPRI.org, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, or by using the hashtag AskIFPRI on X. So without further ado, you can see people's bios in the program. We're going to start off with James Thurlow, who is the director at IFPRI of the Foresight and Policy Modeling Unit, and he will speak to us on agri-food systems transformation, structural change, and development. Over to you, James.
Thanks, Charlotte. So, okay, there we go. So in our chapter, my co-authors and I, we look at how the role of agriculture has been evolving over time. And for those of you who, many of you already know, I'm sure, that structural change is a cornerstone of economic development. It's a process in which workers move from low productivity to high productivity sectors. And we also have an understanding that agricultural growth can be a powerful driver of structural change. Right? Rising agricultural productivity can encourage workers to migrate to other parts of the economy. We also know that agriculture, through its supply chains, can have quite powerful growth linkages to downstream processing, trade, and other non-agricultural sectors. Much of the evidence that supports this agriculture-led growth model comes from Asia, comes from its Green Revolution, where we saw widespread adoption of labor-intensive technologies and farming practices, underpinned in no small part by rapid technological progress in major staple food crops. Think rice and wheat. Now, of course, IFPRI's CGIAR's research was instrumental in helping drive that technological progress. But IFPRI's own research, particularly around the linkages between agriculture and the rest of the economy, that was very important in shaping this agriculture-led growth model. And it led to very much an emphasis on supply-side policies, policies aimed at increasing agricultural production. But Africa's experience has been a little different. Right? Africa didn't have a similar green revolution after its independence like Asia did. And even though we've seen 2 decades of remarkable, rapid economic growth in Africa over the last 2 decades, its growth patterns still differ from the Asian model. And there are a number of contributing factors to that. Let me highlight 3. The first is that globalization has dramatically increased consumers' access to imported foods, particularly processed foods. At the same time, rapid urbanization in Africa, rapid urban income growth, that's largely happened in big cities, further removed from where domestic ag food is being produced in rural areas. And then importantly, African consumers have quite diverse consumption patterns compared to Asian consumers at the start of the Green Revolution. And so that means that a focus on just a few key staple crops is insufficient for Africa. So with this divergence from the Asian model, from agriculture-led development, it raises the obvious question, should agriculture now be deprioritized? And in our chapter, my co-authors and I conclude that the answer to that question is both yes and no. Agriculture remains crucial for economic development in Africa. It's still domestic food production where most food is coming from, and it's where agriculture is where most workers are employed in Africa. But we cannot just focus on agriculture alone. Policies need to go beyond the farm. And there's a huge body of literature that has brought us to this conclusion that we need to shift to more of a food systems approach. Right? Work on value chain showed that downstream investments can be very effective in helping transfer technology back into agriculture, in a way turning those growth linkages around that we saw in Asia. At the same time, we know that manufacturing, that pathway is closed to many late transforming countries, in part because Asia is so competitive and mechanization is pronounced. And so, but still we think food processing, right, could still be a viable pathway for many late transforming economies, particularly around import substitution, not necessarily a drive for self-sufficiency, but certainly an ability to push back against the rapid rise of imported foods in many African countries. We also hear time and again that new young workers, and there are many of them in places like Africa and in South Asia, many young workers are less inclined to work in primary agriculture. And although the non-farm components of the food system are less labor-intensive than agriculture, they are still more labor-intensive than many other parts of the economy. And so there is still a good prospect for creating the jobs that are so desperately needed for these new job market entrants. And then finally, we want to make sure that the food systems we leave for the next generation are sustainable and intact. And so there's a growing emphasis on sustainability. So an emphasis on increasing food production is not enough today. So what are we going to need in order to take on this food system perspective? Well, the first is we need to make sure that we are well equipped for the next round of analysis that we need. We're going to need better data and better tools. We need tools that can help us anticipate these emerging challenges and to evaluate system-wide policies. And the good news is, and I'm not biased here, IFPRI and the CGIAR is home to some of the most sophisticated modeling tools, global agricultural models that allow us to look at climate risks, national models that allow us to track the entire agri-food system and can do policy analysis. Right now, for every one publication we produce at IFPRI using our models, our partners are producing 2 publications using our tools as well. That's a good ratio, but it's a ratio that needs to get much bigger. We need a much bigger multiplier effect. The second is we need better data to track agri-food system transformation. I give you just one example. There are many efforts in the world to do exactly this, but just one example that we've developed here, the Agricultural Transformation Index. It's a data set, a set of indicators that allow us to identify where countries are on the pathway to agricultural transformation, very much from a production economic perspective, I will acknowledge. And you can see here that high-income countries are further along that pathway. What you can see on the right-hand side is how that index has improved over time. And you can see across these different income groups, there has been movement towards greater agricultural transformation, but very much concentrated in the middle-income countries, with low-income countries lagging behind. So what are we going to need to do differently in the future? All my colleagues today are going to give you lots of research priorities, and all of them are valid. Let me just focus on 3 that my co-authors and I have identified. The first is that we're going to need a lot more attention towards labor-saving technologies, right? Asia was built on the back of primarily, let's say, labor-intensive policies, but labor shortages and the high cost of labor are very much a reality in Africa today, and it's likely to get worse. And so we need research to help us identify what those labor-saving technologies are and how they can be adapted to local contexts. We also need work on market incentives. As Yo said, the private sector very much dominates those downstream components of the agri-food system, and they're a much more diverse set of actors than in agriculture. We've got small-scale informal enterprises and large international companies, each with their own different set of incentives. And so we need research to help us inform how policies can shape those incentives and to ensure that we get more equitable outcomes. And then finally, we need work on resilience, as Chris said. Low-income countries are being buffeted by world market risks, by conflict, by climate shocks. These are unavoidable. We cannot eliminate risks, but research can help us identify which of the risks are most important for the food system and for food security, and they can help us navigate those risks. So in short, in summary, the role of agriculture has changed significantly over the last 50 years, and our tools, our research questions, and our policies all need to change with it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, James. So we heard earlier that international trade was one of the first areas that IFPRI worked on when it began in 1975. And suffice it to say, I think it's been a major part of our work over the years, and especially this year, we're a little busy on trade as well. So it's my pleasure now to invite Ruth Hill to speak to us about the chapter on trade in the GFPR. Ruth is the Director of Markets, Trade and Institutions Unit here at IFPRI. Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody online. It's a real privilege to be presenting this work. This is chapter 16 in the book on agri-food trade, and it has an impressive list of authors. So if it's okay, I will start by reading the list. Eugenio Diaz-Bonilla, Madhur Gautam, Joseph Glauber, Will Martin, Valeria Pinheiro, Sherman Robinson, Fuseni Traore, and Rob Voss. And these are colleagues that I'm very privileged to work with in this unit. As I was putting this presentation together, though, I couldn't resist also putting in some things about what's happening within countries on trade also. So I borrowed from chapter 7, which is written by Tom Reardon, Bart Minton, Sudha Narayanan, and Yo Swinnen. So I have a slide on that also. So this is a great moment to look back, and as we think about the news today, things seem really uncertain and difficult with regard to trade, but it's also good to sort of look back and think, where have we come from? And there has been incredible progress both on trade liberalization, on the policy space over the last 50 years since IFPRI was established, and also on what this has meant in terms of the role of developing countries in agri-food trade. So these two graphs are a really nice summary of progress. So back when IFPRI was founded, developing countries were engaged in agri-food trade, but at much lower levels than they are today, both as exporters and importers. And we've seen about a 10 percentage point increase in both, and given they were starting from, about 20–25% on each, that's a pretty sizable increase, and that's something that is really good, because we know that from a lot of other evidence that trade is a really important driver of movements out of poverty, of accessible food, and of greater resilience in domestic economies. We also know that domestic policies have become less trade distorting over the last 50 years. And this graph on the right shows this. It shows how the amount of support that there is to farmers, which can distort trade in domestic economies. So the dark blue line shows the numbers for high-income countries, and we see that, over time, yes, it increased in the sort of mid-80s, early 90s, but it has really come down. The levels of protection have come down significantly. In developing countries, it was the opposite story, and it still is in many developing countries today, where farmers are actually taxed. But over time, this has reduced, and on average is now much closer to zero and even positive in some cases. So these are really good developments. And in the next slide, I'm just going to mention, very parochially perhaps, but it's the 50th anniversary, the contributions of IFPRI's work to these trends. So first of all, just measuring and analyzing these trends. The fact that we were able to show this graph on the previous slide, on the right-hand side, is really thanks to the work of IFPRI. This is work that IFPRI has done in collaboration with FAO, the World Bank, OECD, the Inter-American Development Bank, to bring together data on how big is protection and taxation of farmers across countries globally, and doing this in a consistent way. We've had many innovations in other aspects of measuring trade, measuring cross-border informal trade, predicting global food price volatility, which, by the way, has been putting out estimates of our, volatility daily for over a decade. So that's, pretty impressive. Food loss and waste, value chain costs within markets, work on efficiencies and how value chain actors are financed. We've also done a lot of work on monitoring global price changes and the impacts of this on economies and people. Over the last few years, this has been done as part of our membership, again, with other international organizations, as part of the Agricultural Market Information System Consortium. And we've had very broad outreach. I think that's one thing I've really seen as I've come back to IFPRI, just how impactful this work is and how it reaches a really broad range of interested actors that are keen to understand what is happening in global markets and how should we think about this affecting people. Secondly, our modeling work has been an important contributor to this area over the last few years, both at the country level and also global models. There's been an increased focus on sharing modeling capacity, especially in Africa, and this has resulted in the development of the global trade model that we currently use in IFPRI, MIR-AGRIDEP. These models have allowed us to look at the impact of different trade agreements, both globally and regionally, to look at what happens when there's new trade restrictions or trade wars, as we are experiencing now, the impact of shocks, and also looking at sort of, how does the shift from food to biofuel affect prices and trade. These models have also been really important in looking at how we can think about repurposing agricultural supports and changing the way that governments think about how to support farmers. And this was culminated in a couple of years ago, 159 countries, evidence that helped bring this attention to COP28, and 159 countries signing the Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. As I mentioned, I also wanted to mention work that IFPRI has done on domestic markets and really sort of understanding how these markets are working, how to connect farmers to trade opportunities better, testing innovations in these markets. This work has shown how domestic food markets have been reshaped by liberalization and urbanization over the years, and also changing patterns of food consumption. Things like the role of spontaneous clusters, supermarkets, dynamic SMMEs entering these markets. The work has also been really effective in challenging some of the prevailing perceptions and in a very useful way, bringing evidence to sort of say, well, actually, maybe the way that we're thinking about markets, or that's often policymakers may often be thinking about markets, may not be the right rule of thumb to have. So, for example, work showing that traders are actually often quite competitive. The welfare impacts of concentration are complex to work out. There's maybe things to be concerned about. There's also benefits to concentration in some markets also. Similarly, with vertical integration, can benefit farmers when done right and in the right regulatory framework. Also, testing approaches to increasing efficiency in farmer access to markets. One example is how to improve the effectiveness of farmer groups and cooperatives, what works there, training leaders, providing information to cooperative members. Testing and certifying quality in local markets. How can these markets better reward quality and better reward farmers that are investing in producing higher quality output? Similarly, for food safety, looking at information, incentives and technology. And I didn't put on the slide, but also work around contracts and how contracts can be designed in ways to better help farmers and also better help female farmers, how the way the contract is designed can ensure that they get a better share of the goods that are, the benefits from the goods that are sold. So where are we today? So as Charlotte mentioned in her introduction, we're at an interesting moment with regard to trade, but I think as we look forward, I think sort of the main point is that as we think about, as James mentioned, that we need to think about, yes, increasing agricultural production, but doing it in a sustainable way. And as we think about what does that sustainable agricultural production look like? How can we feed a growing population sustainably? We know that this will involve producing food in the right places as weather patterns change, and working out how to trade efficiently and effectively to achieve national food security. We're just not going to get there with a focus on increasing domestic food security and a focus on national food sovereignty. But if this is the model, we're going to need a stable trading environment and low barriers to trade. And despite all the progress, we still have barriers to trade that are higher in the agricultural sector than in any other sector. We have a proliferation of export bans when local food production falls, which increases price volatility. The recent trade policies increase instability and costs of trade. And so here, these two graphs are from two recent blogs on the impact of some of the tariff announcements from the US government with and without retaliation from other countries over the last few months. And the top one shows that higher tariffs will cause global agricultural food trade to contract. And this will be compounded if there's retaliation. And so this is going the wrong direction in terms of where we want to be getting to with trade. We also see that transport and logistics costs of trade are just often too high, and particularly in Africa. And the bottom graph is also from a recent blog is a really good example of this. It shows that yes, the new trade announcements and trade wars do affect Africa, but very marginally, and it's almost surprising how little, and that's partly a result of the fact that Africa is so little integrated into global agri-food trade, and that's partly trade policy issues, partly production, increasing production efficiency as well. So future directions given all of this. So continuing to make the case for trade as an essential part of achieving food security, the need for increased openness, efficiency in domestic markets and policy stability. There's a real role for evidence to continue making some of the same old arguments, but in different ways. better understanding the cost of transition and welfare impacts of trade reforms and price changes. This also requires us getting better understanding and modeling frictions that prevent households and people from moving across sectors when trade policies change. And I think we've been very poorly equipped as an economics profession to do this in the past, and this is a little bit what's driving some of the politics that we see now, our inability to really fully understand the cost of trade policy changes on people. And then finally, co-designing and testing innovations to overcome barriers smallholder farmers face in engaging in export markets, especially on meeting new sustainability and quality standards.
Thanks so much, Ruth. Up next is Were Omamo, who is IFPRI's Director for Development Strategies and Governance, as well as our Director for Africa. Were has a tough task. He's going to speak to us for 8 minutes about the many regional chapters in this report, trying to distill some of the key findings there. Over to you, Were.
Thanks very much. I don't know if is that raising expectations or lowering expectations? I'm not sure. But yeah, thanks. This is this presentation draws from 6 chapters, chapters 19 through 24. There are 24 authors of these chapters, so I won't try to name them, but hopefully you'll see their names when you look at the book. And when you look across these chapters, I think the main message that comes out is that policy research that is rooted in evidence has really driven national strategies, strengthened food systems, and built resilience. There's no doubt about this, and there's plenty of evidence to that to support that. Now, when you look across the chapters, and now this is work by IFPRI, but actually mostly by others that is reported in these chapters, and look at some of the examples of what has emerged from this work. In Africa, over that time, over the period that was looked at, major insights on markets and poverty, vulnerability, nutrition. Central Asia, shifts from central planning to market-based approaches. In East and Southeast Asia, climate and nutrition-sensitive strategies came up were identified as really important. Latin America and the Caribbean, responses to the double burden of malnutrition. In the Middle East and North Africa, this is a very challenged area in terms of shocks and disruptions, real-time shock management, and the Green Revolution and subsidy reforms in South Asia. This just gives a sample of some of the things that were brought forward through policy research in these areas, and some of the examples of the responses that came out due to this work. Yeah, so this is looking across the work. Now, focusing a bit on IFPRI, I think this is a map we've seen before, and it really speaks firmly to the issue that is being addressed here. Over time, IFPRI's global footprint has increased significantly, allowing the opportunity to build these long-term partnerships and really respond to needs at national and regional level. And so because of that, there's been a lot of work that IFPRI's work specifically has contributed to. So in Africa, again, looking across the regions in Africa, support for CADP and ministries and technical programs. This has led to a lot of work on investment plans, the CADP process, which really IFPRI supported in a really important way. In Central Asia, technical training and advisory relationships, again, in different forms, really helping set up policy networks, land tenure, and price reforms. In East and Southeast Asia, these really important research policy platforms with ministries and regional bodies, again, raising the profile and importance of pro-poor technology development and subsidy reforms. In Latin America and the Caribbean, these collaborations with different organizations to make these connections between trade, nutrition, and social protection. And again, some examples from Peru, Colombia, and Brazil. In the Middle East and North Africa, again, this issue of crisis response, of disruption. A lot of work on policy modeling and simulating the implications of that, and some really potent analyses in Egypt, Morocco, and Sudan on cash transfers, and really helping build a platform for that. And then South Asia, again, these partnerships to address subsidy reform, safety nets, and nutrition, and really strong examples of on the reforms of these subsidies and nutrition and school meals in a number of countries, but just some examples there. So the message is very clear. Having this footprint in different countries has really given IFPRI a lot of understanding and a lot of opportunities to make really important changes at regional and national levels. You referred to some of these important impacts in the report, and I've just listed some of them here. And really, they cut across the research continuum, the policy research continuum. So at one end, the sort of strategic agenda-setting work in Central Asia that helped Tajikistan join the global methane pledge, all the way to the other extreme, where there's some very pointed evaluations of cash transfers in Egypt that led to the expansion of a really important program there on cash transfers, and everything in between. Yeah, and these examples are elaborated on in that impact report. So when we look across this work and try to understand, okay, what has driven this success by IFPRI and others, the first is really understanding that policy evolution is nonlinear, right? And that reforms go through cycles, and the role of research differs across these points in the cycle. And really, this points to the importance of having that footprint on the ground so you understand where a particular country is in the cycle. The second is the political nature of policy. And that evidence certainly matters, but only when it's invested in trusted relationships. And this point that Yo made about being independent and impartial is really critical here. And again, but it also points to the importance of being present so that you understand those political nuances of work and can navigate as required in those systems. And then finally, that institutions matter in two senses. First, the institutional arrangements, but also institutions as organizations. Both of these have got to be strong and functioning well so that evidence can be generated, but also used properly. Looking ahead, what does this work suggest? Well, I think James already pointed to the first one. We really need better data, modeling, foresight, but not just at IFPRI, and not just in organizations like IFPRI, but in the organizations, the national systems where decisions are being made. And so this really affirms the importance that IFPRI makes, and in the investments that IFPRI makes, in building that capacity in these organizations. But that's going to be just even increasingly important as we go forward. The second, I think, use is the wrong word, but leverage or become embedded in these regional platforms so that we serve that important role of bridging the global with the national, but also strengthening these platforms as ways for agenda setting and for data collection and use. And finally, finally mobilizing partnerships. This is so fundamental to policy research, not just by IFPRI, but by everyone. Policy research, it implies that somebody is using this, and for this research to be used well, you have to have the partnerships in place. And therefore, really, this is going to be increasingly important for the sustainable, equitable solutions. And we flag here these fragile and food insecure contexts. I think you again mentioned how important they have become for IFPRI, and we're only touching a part of it. It's really a phenomenon which is growing in importance everywhere. And so the policy research community really has got to raise its game, if you like, but affirm the importance of this and find the comfort levels that are required to make an impact in these points. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Were, also for that focus on capacity sharing, which of course continues to be a very strong part of what IFPRI does. Our next two presenters will follow each other, so I'll introduce them both. They will talk about IFPRI's work over the years to fight poverty, to reduce poverty, and to address gender inequities, very important topics also for us here at IFPRI. We will kick off with Shalini Roy, who's a Senior Research Fellow, and she will be followed by Agnes Quisumbing, also a Senior Research Fellow. Both of them are in the Poverty, Gender, and Inclusion Unit here at IFPRI. Over to you, Shalini. I'll let you hand the baton to Agnes.
Thanks very much. So as Charlotte said, Agnes and I will be speaking to how IFPRI has worked with partners across the globe to inform policy that reduces poverty and gender inequities. On behalf of co-authors, 10 of them listed here, I'll be speaking to the chapter 11 on social protection. So first, why social protection? To draw from the words of rural women who have been in our qualitative studies, social protection helps them reduce poverty and insecurity, being able to eat 3 meals a day, promotes them building their assets and livelihoods, being able to buy a cow, a goat, generate their own income. It builds their resilience amidst crises, allowing their family to eat nutritious food like lentils after a cyclone rather than having to skip meals. It supported women's decision-making, so their own opinions are taken into account, and much more. And over the years, these effects have been echoed in our rigorous impact assessments. So, of course, social protection is not a silver bullet. It's important to test what works and what doesn't work, and for whom and where. And over its 50 years, IFPRI has been doing exactly that, playing a very influential role, working with partners in over 20 countries. You can see the 22 countries here. To test their social protection programs and to inform the adaptation and scaling of these programs, not only within these study countries, but well beyond. And has been achieving diverse impacts spanning poverty primarily, but also very strong effects across nutrition and food security, gender, and increasingly across climate adaptation and even environmental health. Today, over 1 billion resource-poor people in low and middle-income countries participate in social protection programs, and IFPRI has played a key role in these designs. So to give you a brief timeline, in the early 70s, amidst global food crises and famine, social protection programming was mainly broad food subsidies and emergency aid. IFPRI research was very influential in showing that although these did stabilize food prices, they were not as well targeted or as effective as other approaches like ration cards or feeding programs. In the 1990s and through the 2000s, governments began piloting cash transfers that were directly targeted to poor households. IFPRI played a very major role, as you heard, in partnering with governments in many countries to test these programs, with the landmark example being IFPRI's collaboration with the government of Mexico and other partners to rigorously test the Progresa program, which used a randomized control trial. The team demonstrated broad impacts of cash transfers on food security, child outcomes, including nutrition, women's status, showing the cash transfers were cost-effective, and also showing the cash did not have some of the concerns people had that it would be misused for alcohol, gambling, or that it would disincentivize work. That evidence led to a proliferation of cash transfer programs in many regions and to a culture of rigorous evaluations of development policy more generally. Then since the 2000s, school feeding programs took off, cash transfer programs started to become bundled with trainings and other activities known as Cash Plus to promote nutrition and other outcomes. Some governments looked to economic inclusion programs to promote more sustained livelihoods. IFPRI's research has focused really on which designs promote multifaceted benefits, when cash is better than food, which designs sustain long-term impacts on livelihoods, and increasingly, which designs promote resilience to crises. So just as one example of recent research that spans nutrition, gender, resilience to crises, long-term sustained livelihoods, and that it also has been very impactful for policy, we highlight a study from Bangladesh. This was a collaboration with WFP Bangladesh from 2012 to 2014 and has been followed up for many years since. The study was led by IFPRI Dhaka, comparing food or cash transfers to poor rural mothers with or without group-based nutrition training, or some of you may know the term BCC. And it showed that the combination of women receiving cash transfers with the group-based nutrition BCC was very powerful. It led to significant improvements in child nutrition with large reductions in stunting. It also improved women's livelihoods, including more livestock rearing and homestead gardening. We were seeing sustained reductions in poverty from this program even 4 years after it ended, and this was coming from women's livelihoods. We were seeing sustained resilience to crises. 7 years after the program, during the COVID pandemic, we were still seeing these households' food security better. And we've seen sustained improvements in gender outcomes, including sustained reductions in women's experience of domestic violence even 8 years after the program. So this research has been very influential. It's informed large-scale social protection programming implemented by the government of Bangladesh, supported by the strong partnership IFPRI has there, as well as in many other countries who have been wanting to make their programs more sensitive to nutrition and gender. So there are many priorities ahead for IFPRI social protection research, but I'll mention just a couple. One is, as you've been hearing, to better inform adaptive social protection systems that can better support those most at risk during crises, including crises related to climate change and conflict. Some examples of programs that have already been shown by IFPRI research as effective include anticipatory cash transfers that have been linked to early warning of flood risk in Nigeria, economic inclusion programs during drought in Ethiopia and among displaced people in conflict-affected Somalia. And another is to better inform cost-effective designs that will promote sustained, multifaceted benefits, so that we better understand, particularly in these times of limited funding, which uses of funds will deliver broad, lasting solutions. And with that, over to Agnes.
Thank you, Shalini. It's a great pleasure for me to talk about IFPRI's gender research over the past 50 years. And this work has really spanned many decades, and it has consistently represented the interplay of evidence and action. I think the main contribution of IFPRI to the world of gender research has been that it's been very rigorous and very evidence-based, and it has really been testing hypotheses at the frontier. So it draws on the work of many people who are in this room, aside from my co-authors, as well as those who are not at IFPRI. So why does it matter? It matters because women's empowerment isn't only instrumental, it's an end in itself. But empowered women also have ripple effects: better child health, more productive agriculture, improved outcomes for households and communities. However, gender equities are structural. They're intersectional. They intersect with other axes of disadvantage. And you need explicit attention in policies and programs. So when you look at gender research at IFPRI, you can't really look at it in isolation from the evolution of frameworks on gender. So these frameworks have shifted from the women in development viewpoint, which was spurred by Esther Bostrup's research, to the idea that you really have to look at gender relations, the socially constructed relations between men and women, to understand how gender plays out in development. This has led to a more clear focus now on intersectionality, which looks at how gender intersects with other factors like caste, class, ethnicity, race. At IFPRI, the early work on agricultural commercialization and nutrition, led by Joachim von Braun, who's here, and Eileen Kennedy, showed that women's control of income matters, and that that income in the hands of women actually led to better child nutrition outcomes. But there was a risk that as commercialization proceeded, that men would take over the control of income. These findings and the data sets at the individual level provided a seed capital for testing models of household behavior. This is very important because at about the same time, the economics profession was starting to develop these models of household behavior, which were not unitary, which didn't believe that everybody shared decisions or that was only one decision maker within the household. The rejection of the unitary model of the household using this individual level data influenced the design of development programs and motivated the targeting of specific programs to specific individuals within the household to achieve development outcomes. I think this is very nicely illustrated by the work in social protection, where the emerging work on inter-household analysis spurred the targeting of transfers to women within the household. Finally, the adoption of women's empowerment and gender equality as a sustainable development goal prompted the development of metrics of women's empowerment. So what were IFPRI's two key contributions in the past 50 years? First was that understanding gender and inter-household dynamics really helped to design and better implement development programs. We understood that households make separate and joint decisions, that the use, control, and ownership of asset matters, and that it is important for transfer programs to pay attention to who receives the transfers and how these transfers are used within the household. We learned about the important role of women and gender in agriculture, and this led to the design of gender and nutrition-sensitive agriculture programs. We began to understand that vulnerabilities to adverse weather events and other shocks were gendered, and this led to a greater attention to gender in adaptation, social protection, and humanitarian assistance. The development of better metrics also helped to design gender transformative programs and policies. So IFPRI co-developed the Women's Empowerment in Agriculture Index in 2012. Together with its variants, it has now expanded to 280 organizations in 69 countries. We also developed, together with our project partners, the Reach, Benefit, Empower, and Transform framework, which is a guide for women's empowerment and gender transformative interventions, which is now used by 13 donor organizations. The future directions of gender research at IFPRI and outside really show the importance of this yin-yang interaction between evidence and action and evidence. We need to embrace intersectionality even more. We need to address life cycle needs, the youth, elderly, and caregiving responsibilities, and realize that youth are a window of opportunity, not a problem or a disadvantaged group. It's an opening for investment. We need to tackle structural and institutional barriers by changing rules, shifting social norms and aspirations, and involving men and boys. Finally, we need to scale up this evidence into gender transformative policy and action, which through rigorous evaluation will yield more evidence again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shalini and Agnes. We're moving on now to present some work on IFPRI's efforts over the years to tackle the global malnutrition challenge. Our first presenter is Stuart Gillespie, who's a non-resident senior fellow here at IFPRI. He will be speaking to us virtually, and he's going to hand over to Deanna Olney, who heads IFPRI's Nutrition, Diets, and Health Unit. So over to you, Stuart. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Yes, I'll talk about the historical evolution of the challenge, the malnutrition challenge, and IFPRI's engagement with it. Obviously, there have been major changes in the nature of the challenge of malnutrition and its different forms, different manifestations, different drivers, different people affected, and obviously, relatedly, the types of responses in terms of programs and policies needed to address it. So I'll be focusing on that. I'll hand over to Deanna after 5 minutes, and she will focus on the future directions. I just would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Deanna Olney, Marie Ruel, Jeff Leroy, and Anu Singh Kumawong for their excellent work in this chapter. So I'm going to next slide, please. We only have a handful, I think 3 slides. I'm going to go straight to the last 25 years. Prior to that, there was the particular focus really was undernourishment and undernutrition and hunger. And with regard to food availability, was very much on the insufficient dietary energy. There were landmark pioneering work done by, for example, Amartya Sen with entitlements that shone light on inequality and hunger. And it was only around 1996 that there was a strong, if you like, a strong light shone on the issue of nutritional adequacy, as in quality as well as quantity. But if we look at this, moving on into the this century, this particular timeline here, and if we focus on below the actual in the white part of this timeline, the first 6, 7 years of this century, nutrition really kind of languished in the development shadows. There were other, considered to be other bigger, more important, more urgent challenges, one of which was HIV/AIDS, the way in which HIV/AIDS was decimating livelihoods, especially in Eastern and Southern Africa. IFPRI engaged with that, with partners from Eastern and Southern African countries, 5 countries, through the Renewal Initiative, initially to focus on the implications of the pandemic or the various epidemics on food security and on nutrition. But later we also engaged and worked directly with UNAIDS in their various programs on HIV relevant policy to, if you like, use a food and nutrition lens to incorporate food and nutrition within social safety nets for AIDS affected communities, also with regard to the orphans crisis. And especially and importantly, as ART, antiretroviral therapy, was being rolled out, the importance of nutrition for clients and patients on ART therapies. That was the response to AIDS. Climate was also beginning to be seen as a big issue around that time in the early 2000s. And if we look at the base there, we see a major success story in itself, as 2003 was the launch of Harvest Plus, which successfully delivered staple crops with higher concentrations of bioavailable micronutrients over time. And it was really only around 2007, 2008, when the food price crisis hit, that nutrition started to be seen as an urgent development priority. Around that time also was the first Lancet series on malnutrition, on nutrition, child and maternal nutrition, which highlighted 2 major things. The first 1,000 days of a child's life from conception through to age 2 being a critical period to focus on with any set of interventions, but it also provided and showed the emerging evidence of 10 key nutrition-specific or direct interventions in that Lancet series of 2008. That was the first of several. So then nutrition started to gain traction within the development agenda. In 2010, there was the launch of the Scaling Up Nutrition movement, which worked with government partners and increasing numbers of governments being members of the Sun movement, working with NGOs, working with academics to drive change in nutrition. It was very successful in those early years in raising the political priority and the political attention to nutrition. Again, it was more focused on undernutrition around that time. But in that middle period of the 2010s, the second decade, we saw quite a bit more funding coming into nutrition. And IFPRI was very active, and you can see through the different programs from around 2011, 2012, including Agriculture for Nutrition and Health. There were major consortia funded by DFID and by the Gates Foundation later. Transform Nutrition was one, LANSA was another in South Asia. There were each one of these, and then there was Poshan in India, which was doing great work with various Indian states. Each one of these tended to work on 3 levels. Firstly, the operationalization, the delivery and the scaling of nutrition-specific interventions, many of which were going through the health system. Second, the mainstream of nutrition into wider sectoral actions. We'll come to that in a second. And third, the enabling environment, which is where the politics of reducing malnutrition came into play, issues of financing, capacity and leadership, and so on. The stories of change 2015 was when we responded or tried to respond in IFPRI to a growing demand, especially through the Sun network, for support on understanding how to grapple with real world problems in real time. So not so much the package, the what issues and the what types of interventions, but the how issues. So it was very much about linking evidence with experience and that kind of experiential knowledge that led to the stories of change set of case studies of countries that were successful punching above their economic weight in driving down child stunting. And that led to 23 countries being involved in that, and the book Nourishing Millions. Then we got to 2020, we had the obviously the pandemic was a major shock, and that really did highlight to some
I'm so
extent
sorry,
are
Stuart. If you
neglected.
can wrap up because we're a little bit behind time. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Next slide, please. Okay, nutrition sensitive development work led by Marie Ruel for the 2013 Lancet series that involved the defining and conceptualizing nutrition sensitive development in the focus on underlying causes of malnutrition and in necessity of incorporating nutrition objectives and actions into those wider sectoral programs. They're listed out in the grid you see here: health, social safety nets, education, agriculture, with women's empowerment being embedded throughout. So a lot of work was done on operationalizing, on designing those types of programs, working directly with development partners, particularly World Food Programme, Helen Keller International, and developing a system and methods for rigorously evaluating those kind of programs with those types of partnerships, revising guidance along the way and reiterating. Over that period of time, over the last 10 years or so, we have moved much more into a food systems framework type of thinking and much more of a focus on sustainable, healthy diets. We have seen in the last 5 years, especially growth in overweight and obesity across the world, food environments being flooded with ultra-processed products, which raises the primacy and the necessity to deal with commercial determinants and the political economy challenges. That's the history. I'll hand over now to Deanna to look at future directions. Thank you. Next slide.
Yeah, thank you, Stuart, and yeah, thanks, Erin. I'll be quick. Yeah, and these got a little mix up, but so I think, yeah, just carrying on from where Stuart left off, you know, we really do want to focus, and we are focusing more and more, building on the evolution of the agriculture and nutrition work, the nutrition sensitive development work, to really looking at food systems transformation and looking at food systems transformation to achieve reductions in malnutrition in all its forms. So really focusing on still working to reduce micronutrient deficiencies, wasting, but also looking at how to prevent the increase in overweight and obesity and non-communicable diseases. And so through this work, we're, you know, both focusing on the developing evaluation tools and methods to capture system-wide effects, which James already touched on, but also looking at experimentation with, you know, how can we actually drive changes in diets, right? And I think there's been a history in this sector with, you know, really production push type approach. And what we've been focusing on over the last several years is really looking at consumers, starting with consumers as the drivers of those changes, looking at them as a key entry point, understanding what are their diets, what are their needs, what are their barriers to achieving healthy diets, and how can we work across the food system to address all of the different barriers so that we can achieve sustainable healthy diets. And ideally, the subsequent effects on nutrition and health outcomes, productivity outcomes, and others that we're interested in. And so here we're really working at some of the things that Stuart already mentioned, looking at the food environments and interactions with diets and the impact of innovations in this space and how those can lead to achieving sustainable, healthy diets. We're working very closely with our partners across the world in co-developing a wide range of innovations, looking at things like end-to-end approaches that were started with Harvest Plus and biofortification, applying those types of approaches to things like fruits and vegetables, other perishable nutrient-rich foods like aquatic foods and terrestrial animal source foods, so that we can simultaneously address all the different barriers across the food system. So trying to really co-locate those in different regions and trying to drive change, you know, in a more holistic way rather than a piecemeal way where we work on diets here and on production here, but really bringing all of those things together. And to support this, you know, we definitely need to continue our work on capacity strengthening and policy research to ensure that evidence drives change, with which many other people have already touched on, and then also looking and exploring the role of public-private partnerships. It's clear that we can't kind of just rely on state actions and donor funding to drive change. We really need to explore, you know, what is the profitability of some of these actions and how can we leverage public-private partnerships to further drive and sustain change in these areas. So thanks a lot, and yeah, back to Charlotte.
Thank you, Stuart and Deanna. And let me remind you that last year's GFPR was entirely on nutrition. So it's still a great resource on that topic. So our final speaker of this session is David Spielman, who heads our innovations unit here at IFPRI. He's going to actually talk about a few of the chapters in the GFPR, and it's a really nice segue to our keynote speaker who will be joining us in the next session because it's all about enabling environments for scaling innovations.
Thank you much, Charlotte, and thank you, everyone. So I'm going to wrap up these presentations and give you a sense of IFPRI's long history of work on scaling innovation, science, technology, and innovation in agriculture, food systems, and nutrition, with a little bit of a twist. So IFPRI has long been involved in what James Thurlow in our first presentation, discussed and described as the sort of supply-driven technology push of agricultural development, right? And things have gotten even more exciting in this field. Today's world offers a wealth of novel science, from simple technologies like planting pits to out of this world genetics like apomixis and C4 rice and gene editing and whatnot. Lots of exciting things are going on in science, in technology, and in innovation. But we all know that policy tends to lag behind scientific and technical achievement. The public investments that drove Asia's green revolution, we know at that time were well aligned with policy, right? There was science, there was public policy. They came together to double cereal yields and output, to increase per capita income by 190% and to improve food security for some 1.8 billion people. But subsequent revolutions since then, as my colleagues have pointed out, have been constrained by public policy in many cases, constrained by scarce investment funds and constrained by regulatory capacity. We see that many countries, apart from China and India and a few others, continue to underspend on agricultural R&D, an essential piece of driving technical change. Still, despite this, policy successes in science continue to emerge. And IFPRI has been a big part of that. We've worked on the economics and social dimensions of genetic innovation, on seeds and traits, right? Including our work with Harvest Plus on biofortification or the investment in nutrient-dense food staples. That has evolved into work on regulations on minimum nutrient levels in new varieties released by India and other countries, to nutrition standards for food processing in Nigeria and elsewhere. We've also been working on precision genetics, and this goes back to the 3 DGs that are here today. Whereas the Green Revolution was driven by conventional breeding, we're now at the forefront of policy and regulatory work on precision breeding and building credible regulatory systems that protect human and environmental health and that develop market incentives to develop and deliver new traits for farmers and consumers. We've also been at the forefront of work on management innovation. So how we work with soil, water, crops, and livestock. And some of our best work in that field has been around extension and advisory services in agriculture, figuring out not what is best practice, but is what is best fit for extension system reforms, for the digitalization of advisory services, and for the promotion of private sector and civil society engagement in extension, pluralism. And of course, we've done lots of work, and we join a big field in this space on financial innovation, savings, credit, insurance, and other mechanisms. Early work in IFPRI looked at, the impact or the lack of impact of subsidized multi-peril insurance products, for instance. Then we started experimenting with index-based products for farmers, into novel products now that bundle services, other types of services and inputs and social protection and whatnot, and that capitalize on digital and spatial technologies. The drivers of change that we've seen in this space over the years are fascinating. When IFPRI began this work, and when other colleagues and partners began this work, dating all the way back to the 1960s, a lot of our approach was based on what? cost-benefit analyses of science policy. That produced tremendous work such as Science Under Scarcity and Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, books and reports that everybody should read in their life at least once. But this was also an era where we believed and we pursued these sort of technology transfer approaches. The North will give technology to the South out of the kindness of its heart, and build brick and mortar research centers like the CGIAR centers or national research centers. And that did drive technical change. There's no doubt about it. That did drive total factor productivity growth. Those are important parts of our history. But it wasn't until the 1990s and the 2000s when we realized that we needed much more sophisticated tools to approach science and prioritization. So public spending, prioritization, modeling, and foresighting became part of our toolkit, if you will. And we also began looking at the structure and management of research and development organizations, building on the prior work of ISNAR, a CGIAR center that joined us in 2004. And today, as we look forward to what more we can do in this sort of science and innovation space, it's really about understanding complex adaptive systems. And for me as an economist, for many of you as economists, social scientists, nutritionists, complex adaptive systems are very much part of what we do. We understand complexity. We understand causes and effects. We understand the very confusion of an agri-food system, of a nutrition policy, or whatever it may be. But to many of our colleagues in the natural sciences, working on the bench, doing bench science, right? They didn't have the opportunities to think beyond the bench quite often, beyond the lab or beyond the field. And now they've embraced what I think we take for granted is the complexity of the real world. So now we're looking at innovation in complex adaptive systems, pluralism in the innovation process, the realities of political economy, as my colleague Were pointed out, that policy is politics, and the fact that just because you develop it doesn't mean that it's actually going to have an impact. So looking to the future, for us the big policy question I think is how do we accelerate the innovation process in this agriculture, food, and nutrition space? Part of it, I think, really is about focusing on the informational needs and the behaviors and the preferences of farmers and consumers. So that's sort of the market intelligence aspect of our work. It also means complementing new agri-food technologies with financial and marketing and digital innovations that my colleague Ruth Hill talked about, sort of bundling innovations. It also means investing in sort of those midstream points of the value chain, strategic innovation. And designing novel incentives and developing capabilities that encourage not just the discovery of new tech, new science, but also the development and its delivery. So innovation incentives, which our keynote speaker will talk about, I think, much more eloquently. And then ultimately, one of the key aspects of IFPRI's work that will remain important to the future is credibly quantifying and qualifying the effects or the impacts of innovation. Right? But just to wind up then for this whole session maybe, I want to conclude by saying that IFPRI's vision and mission, a world free of hunger and malnutrition, through research-based policy solution, clearly rests firmly on innovation in and for a changing world. But our work is more than just what I described, scientific and technical innovation. It's about people-focused social innovation. Social innovation that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. And I think for all of us, we recognize that this is part and parcel of what we do every day. We're very pleased that all of you are part of that and have contributed to this work over the years as audiences, as staff, as colleagues, and as partners. And we thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to ask all of our presenters to join us up here we're going to have a somewhat reduced Q&A session. And Stuart, please come online if you're still with us. You'll take a seat as well. Just to jump right into it, if we have questions from the room, please stand up by the mics and I will call on you. And please keep submitting your questions also online. James, a first question has come in that I'm directing to you. It comes from Mekelle University in Ethiopia. Why do you think African countries failed to sufficiently adopt the Green Revolution after their independence?
It's a very good question, and there are lots of answers to that. I think one of the challenges, and I think David spoke to this as well, is that some of the innovations, the technologies that were coming out of Asia were not necessarily well adapted or or suitable for Africa's unique agroclimatic conditions, and so that meant that we didn't get the kinds of yield gains that that were being achieved in Asia, and then the economics kicked in, and so that the risks of adopting those technologies maybe were outweighed by the economic incentives. So that's just one possible reason. There are many more, and I'm sure others know better than I do. Thanks.
Thanks. We have many IFPRI alums with us, so please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Over these 50 years. My question also is kind of for James, but I'd like to hear everybody's opinion. It's about the transformation index. So I noticed that high-income countries had almost a perfect score according to the selected metrics. And so I wonder, is that a reflection of IFPRI's goals for agri-food systems transformation? In other words, do they see high-income country systems as a model that the rest of the world should aspire to, or does IFPRI have kind of a vision for a different kind of agri-food system, especially given how industrial agriculture's role in pushing us past planetary boundaries. And I was really appreciative that Chris Barrett mentioned that concept. Yeah, and then a related question is, I know IFPRI's done work on regenerative ag. I didn't see that come up much in this presentation. And so do you think that regenerative ag could feed the whole world, or do you think there will always be a need for industrial? Big picture question.
Thank you, Alex. James, do you want to briefly address those?
I should add a huge disclaimer to that index, which is that it's very much an economist's view, a more production income-based view on this. So issues of environmental sustainability, inclusion and social outcomes, those were not part of that index when we designed it. It had quite a narrow focus. Why does it look like developed countries are scoring quite highly? Well, based on some of the more economic-driven sub-indicators in that index, developed countries are further along in terms of productivity in agriculture, growth in the non-farm components of the food system. So the answer to your question is slightly by design. We end up with that kind of outcome, but it's certainly a flawed indicator. And as I said, we need many more multifaceted indicators to track all the dimensions of food system transformation. That's just one of them. Thanks.
David, regenerative ag, maybe?
So I think regenerative ag is a really interesting topic, and we're all very keen on studying it. I mean, it really depends partly on how you define it, what it is, and whatnot. But it fits in that world of sort of science, technology, and innovation. From the IFPRI perspective, I think what we need is evidence. I think what we need is long-term trials under farmers' conditions, so we understand the social, economic, and environmental impacts of a regenerative approach, howsoever it may be defined. Now, we've done lots of work in this space on soil health, on minimum tillage systems, on other types of sustainable intensification. But regenerative, of course, takes it to a new level. So there's a lot of potential there. I think the real issue is the question of evidence, credible evidence on what it is. And then I'll just add a final point that, remember, many of these transitions to regenerative systems result in a dip in yields and income for farmers. The farmers that we deal with, the farmers in sub-Saharan Africa, in South Asia, may not have the capacity to weather that kind of dip in productivity. So we have to think about creative, innovative solutions to help make those transitions towards more sustainable systems, like payments for ecosystem services or whatever it may be. And again, that gets you back to the question of evidence. What works and for whom?
Great. Thanks, David. And there is a great chapter also in the GFPR on these topics as well. There's a question from another IFPRI alum that's come in online, congratulating us on our anniversary, but also asking a difficult question. I remain proud to have been a part of IFPRI. My question is, what effect will the reduction in foreign aid by the US, but we might add by other countries as well, have on global food security? And while you think about that question, I'm going to go to Were with another question. Were, what long-term impacts may result from declining agricultural workforce in Africa coupled with low productivity? How does this impact future food production targets, and how can this be addressed? Do you want to kick us off, Were, and then Yo can come in on the other question?
Sure. Thanks. I don't think I have a very good answer to that. I think the modeling work by IFPRI would probably give the best answer. I think as David just said, I think we need more evidence about what's happening in these labor markets, and in particular, what's happening with youth in rural areas and youth in urban areas, what kind of skill sets that they are being empowered with by the education system. I think there are lots of questions of that sort that I think we would need to get a handle on before we can really make those kinds of projections. My sense is that the youth in particular are really investing in themselves. They sort of understand what's going on in their economies, and they're looking at what the best returns to their time are. And so we see a lot of movement into areas that are not necessarily helpful for agriculture and for food systems. So I think there's a need for education systems to change those incentives to help these generations of workers to see the world differently and invest in ways that are going to promote these kind of public outcomes or development outcomes that we hope for. I think we need better evidence about what's happening in these labor markets. That's what I would say.
Thanks. Yo, do you want to speak to the...
Yeah, so if I understood it well, there's two components to it. One is how it's affecting the world, and the second one, how is it affecting IFPRI as an institution? The impact on the world, I think there, let me refer actually to IFPRI research, which has come out already. We have this work done by Marie Ruel and colleagues on the nutrition effects and child mortality, which showed, that was done very early on, which showed quite negative effects throughout the world. We also have a case study where our team in Malawi, has done a modeling exercise on the impact on the Malawi economy and poverty and food security there, which is quite strong. It's a very interesting exercise because they also look at the macroeconomic effects, which people usually do not think about. How it's affecting IFPRI and the CGIAR as a whole and other organizations, it has a very significant impact. Both in the short run and in a structural way in the longer run, I think. In the short run, we're looking at something in the order of magnitude of a $15 to $20 million reduction in funding for 2025. So it has very significant impact on our operations this year. We have developed a strategy of dealing with it. We are implementing the strategy right now. At the same time, we see that it's the future, basically, there's a global shift, away from the traditional donors we expect, and we see all the signs there, not just here in the US, but also in Europe and other traditional funders. But we see potential of picking up by non-traditional funders, and we're working very hard to both identify them, to engage with them. But it is an innovative environment, if you want. If you look at it and turn it into a positive thing. So it also for us is a new, some of it is a new world we're stepping in with costs, learning costs, I think, getting in there. I think it forces also us to review what is really our comparative advantage, what should we keep, where are the things that we have done which was kind of interesting to do, but is not really our comparative advantage, and maybe a moment to come back. I think the biggest challenge for us right now is the fact that given how our funding structure has evolved over the last 20 years really, is that we have very little core funding coming into IFPRI, which is very different from 20 years ago. And that makes our capacity to deal with these types of shocks is more constrained than it was in the past. Okay, and I think we designed actually a strategy 2 years ago to deal with that. We're implementing, and we are reasonably successful in doing that, but not to the extent that we are really resilient at this point. But I must say, in terms of the reaction from the staff and people engaged, there's been a tremendous amount of entrepreneurial activity within the staff to basically see how we can deal with it, both it's kind of mitigation and absorption, right? Or adaptation, right? So we adapt to the changes at the same time. A lot of activities in raising alternative fundraising in a very, very broad sense.
Thanks, Theo. Shalini, I think a related, and I invite more questions from in the room as well. I think related to this question of reduced funding, right? And we know there's going to be more pressure also on developing countries, at least those who are able to commit more resources to things like social protection, to do so in a very cost-effective way. So maybe you could speak a little bit about what IFPRI believes are some of the most effective way one thinks about social protection in this environment of reduced funding.
Absolutely. I don't want to speak for all of IFPRI or all of my co-authors, but I think a lot of our evidence has shown that some of the core types of social protection we use do have multifaceted benefits in themselves. We see a lot of benefits. You know, the core objective often is poverty reduction, but we often see effects across diets and nutrition, livelihoods, resilience, you know, a lot of things that we think of as important objectives. When the design is right, we see it across gender. And so I think being very thoughtful about trying to get multifaceted benefits from the programming that we develop and really making sure that it's implemented well. I think it comes out across so many of our studies that you can do the exact same thing in multiple places and see different effects, not just because contexts differ, but because implementation matters so much. So whatever you do, do it well and aim for multifaceted benefits and sustained benefits.
Go ahead, Agnes.
I wanted to jump in to say that it's also very important to collect cost data so that we can better evaluate the cost effectiveness of social protection and other interventions. So we are now undertaking a study called We See Solutions, Women's Empowerment Cost Effectiveness Solutions, where we're actually trying to come up with a bundle and rank interventions, women's empowerment interventions for their cost effectiveness. And this builds on work that IFPRI has done together with the University of Washington on cost effectiveness analysis of nutrition interventions. So this work continues.
Thanks. Do we have a final question from somebody in the room? The floor is open. Sure.
Actually wanted to ask.
You need to use a mic, though.
Thank you. Wanted to ask maybe Stuart and Deanna to say a little bit about the last bullet point in the forward-looking issues that you raised about the public-private partnerships and, you know, work on that in the area of nutrition. It's contentious and challenging. Would be good to hear, you know, how you're thinking about the future there. Thanks.
Let Stuart start on this. Go ahead, Stuart.
Yeah, well, good. Oh, I've got a big echo. Anyway, good question. I think the big challenge there is to avoid conflicts of interest, and there are major potential conflicts of interest with regard to funding on the part of, let's say, for example, ultra-processed food transnational corporations, in as much as their business model is driving in a different direction. It's aiming to maximize profit from the sale of products which are not healthy. And I think we need to identify partners who are putting nutrition and health and nourishment as front and center in any potential partnership. And we looked at that actually earlier, as you know, Panima, with regard to the working guidelines for IFPRI. in identifying potential partners. So I think it's the issue of conflict of interest, because we do know it generates a systematic and significant bias unless it's dealt with properly.
Deanna, do you want to add anything? Okay, so please join me in thanking all of our morning's presenters for their presentations. And we're now going to take a little break for coffee. Please do come back. We will start the keynote speech at 1:15. So we just have a very short coffee break. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Okay, thank you very much for coming back. We're moving into the second part of today's program. And I'm going to ask Swinnen to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thanks, Charlotte, and good to see everybody back in the room. I cannot see virtually where everybody's back in the room, but I'm sure they will be here. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, our keynote speaker of today, Professor Michael Kremer. We have a Dr. Kremer at IFPRI as well. So Michael Kremer and Professor Kremer, he's Professor of Economics. He is directing the Development Innovation Lab at the University of Chicago. He, as I think all of you know, he won the Nobel Prize in Economic Science in 2019. He shared it with colleagues for groundbreaking work in the use of randomized control trials, RCTs as we know them. RCTs are very well known to IFPRI. There's a lot of people in IFPRI who are using them in their research. I know there's also a number of people who have been collaborating with you, and over the years, Michael, I think you've been here a couple of times for give seminars, and so there's a lot of feedback I got when I was checking around on things about very much appreciating your both collaboration and your active engagement with IFPRI work. As I said already, he has been very influential on IFPRI's work, both methodological and I think also in terms of the issues he's been working on. He touched upon many development issues, if you want, or food, let's say policy issues linked to food in the broad sense, where he has either worked together with IFPRI on or where people have been benefiting from his work or learning from his insight. Currently, a central point in the work that Professor Kremer does is on innovation. Okay, he was a chair of the Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security and Agriculture, and that commission identified a mechanism for scaling up high returns investments. And these investments included, for example, improved weather forecasts, digital agriculture, rainwater harvesting training. And I say chaired, but I think the work is still going on, and certainly the follow-up of this in terms of the implementation is still going on. Professor Kremer is not only working on innovation, but he's an innovator himself. When I saw the list of things that you have co-founded, I said that there must be some error in my talking point, so I went back to the people who helped collect information, and I checked the bio on the website. And it was all right in a sense, all correct. I mean, Michael has been co-founded several very important activities, institutions, organizations going further with, for example, he helped design an advanced market commitment for a pneumococcal vaccine, which is now being, or has been used by many governments around the world for hundreds of thousands of people being benefited from it. He has engaged his work on school-based deworming. His research has then led to, again, a co-founding organization which was implementing the innovations that came out of, or the insights that came out of his research, which are turned in innovations. And the other thing is Dispensers for Safe Water program is something where now millions of people are benefiting from. And he's also co-founding what was called the Precision Agriculture for Development Initiative, and that has provided digital agriculture information, small lots using mobile phone. There's actually more to it, so I very much encourage you to go and visit either his website or biographies for more information. So, Professor Kremer, we are very excited to hear from you, not just about your insights on innovation, but also in terms of how your insights can be mobilized, can be used for innovations in the broad area of policy solutions, obviously, but also how policy can help making them work, making them effective, and making them scalable. Over to you, please.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. You know, it's wonderful and it's an honor to be here today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the world's premier food policy research organization. IFPRI's research has played a key role in shaping the world's understanding of food policy issues, and it certainly shaped my understanding of these issues and the work of the Commission that I'm chairing on innovation for climate change, food security, and agriculture. You know, this is a very difficult time in a lot of ways. The world's facing major challenges around climate change, around food security, around agricultural productivity. And in many ways, the picture is pretty bleak. Temperatures are rising. Agricultural productivity is stagnant in much of Africa. And food insecurity, after decades of progress, spurred in part by CGIAR and IFPRI, food insecurity is now growing. And this is all, and at this time, development cooperation funding from high-income countries is contracting. So, yeah, addressing these problems will require innovation to allow the world to produce more food and to translate that to improved food security without substantially increasing land use and while reducing environmental damage from agriculture. Now, why am I nonetheless feeling like there's opportunity for hope? I think that's in part because, or largely because, I think there's substantial opportunities for innovation. CGIAR's outstanding record of innovation has brought tremendous benefits in all these areas, in agricultural production, in food security, and environmental sustainability to the world. And I think CGIAR deserves a decent share of credit, a large share of credit, for the huge long-run reductions in hunger that have taken place since its founding in 1971. Now's really a very exciting time for the biological innovations, such as new crop varieties, that have been at the heart of CGIAR's remarkable record of delivering $10 in social returns for every dollar invested in CGIAR R&D. And I was just as David and I were talking on the way up, he was telling me about some encouraging new results on cowpeas in Nigeria. And the availability, why do I say it's an exciting time for those biological innovations? Well, the availability of technologies like CRISPR, like AI, was demonstrated in AlphaFold, offer the potential for creating heat, drought, pest, and salinity-resistant seeds to boost resilience to climate change. And they also, further out perhaps, even offer even more fundamental opportunities. Not all of these will succeed, but it's worth investing in them because even if a few do, they'll pay for everything, like improved photosynthesis, vaccines against methane emissions from cows, synthetic apomixis, which could be of tremendous benefit to smallholder farmers who find it difficult to purchase seeds regularly. So I think there are biological innovations, and that creates an opportunity to help address some of these trends. But I'm not talking to a CGIAR-wide event. I'm talking to IFPRI, and a key argument of the Commission, a key finding of the Commission, is that now is also a time when other types of innovation, in addition to biological innovation, offer tremendous promise for food security, agricultural productivity, and addressing climate change. So, we can think about advances in information and communications technology, particularly the rapid advance of artificial intelligence, has, I think, very big implications for agriculture, and I'll get back to that later in the talk. But I'd also like to focus on another type of innovation, innovations where IFPRI can play a very fundamental role. IFPRI's long been seen as a source of very credible research on food policy issues, but I think the role of economists and social scientists is evolving. And we're now, including researchers at IFPRI, increasing the innovators as well as analysts, helping develop new programs, helping test them, helping see where they're working, where they're not, figuring out how they need to be refined, testing improvements, A/B testing improvements, and then further developing them, and then working with policymakers in close collaboration to share information on them and disseminate them and think about how to adapt them for policymakers' contexts. I think to be a little bit more specific about why I think there's potential in this area, we've seen big advances in behavioral science. I'll give some examples later. We've seen the widespread diffusion of techniques for rigorously evaluating causal impact, including randomized controlled trials, but also other techniques. There are advances in AI and in A/B testing, and all of those things can enable innovations or are enabling innovations in agricultural extension, in provision of financial services to farmers, in linking elements of agricultural value chains, in payments for ecosystem services, improvements in public services that can, and I think all of these social innovations or combined social and IT innovations or combined social and IT and biological innovations can play a key role in addressing climate change, food security, and productivity. And let me give a couple of examples. One where social science has contributed to innovation. One is conditional cash transfers. So this was largely the brainchild of Santiago Levy, an economic researcher who later became a public official in Mexico. And he helped replace Mexico's somewhat fragmented patchwork of social safety net programs with targeted incentive-based conditional cash transfers. He arranged for careful evaluation of the conditional cash transfer program using randomized trials, generating valuable evidence on the program's effectiveness. John Hoddenett, while here at IFPRI, along with Emmanuel Skoufias, studied the impacts of the program on food consumption and found that beneficiary households obtained a 6.4% more calories than did comparable households in control localities. And this evidence-backed innovation spread across many other countries, driving substantial reductions in the type of poverty that produces food insecurity. Now, it wasn't that the program was developed once and ended there. Like all innovations, it needed to be adapted, it needed to be updated. And as cash transfer spread and new evidence was generated, the idea was further refined and optimized, and cash transfers have been adapted to align with new technologies such as mobile money, for example. Social scientists, including at IFPRI, have been conducting work on a variety of other topics, such as graduation programs, financial innovations to help farmers get through the hungry season, improved insurance contracts, finding ways to help farmers finance investments in resilience, and developing new approaches to agricultural extension. One feature of IFPRI that makes it very well suited to fostering innovation relative to many other international institutions, such as multilateral development banks, is that IFPRI is free to pursue global public goods. I think there's an element of these programs that will help a particular country. There's also a substantial global public good component, because with adaptation, the innovations can be applied in many places. IFPRI's close relationships, both with countries through its offices around the world, and here in Washington with institutions like the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank and its proximity to those institutions, make it very well placed to help disseminate information and the results of these innovations and to work with others in scaling them up. So, this has been somewhat abstract, but let me, what I'll try to do to be more concrete is discuss the work of the Innovation Commission I'm chairing, and to delve into one specific example, digital agriculture, and in particular, disseminating AI weather forecasts. And then I'll conclude with a discussion of institutions for innovation. Okay. Oops. Let's see. So these are some of the sorry, I may need to go back a slide. Yeah, sorry. Okay. So just to say a little bit about the Innovation Commission. The Innovation Commission did a few things, or it's doing a few things. We recommended early stage innovations for further development. I won't focus on that today. We also tried to survey the literature and look for innovations that we thought were ready to transition to scale, where there was rigorous causal evidence of impact and cost effectiveness, both for the innovation itself and for ways to boost adoption. You know, there are a lot of innovations that where scientifically they work, but it's hard to get farmers to adopt them. And we wanted to check that these were actually things that farmers were willing to use and did use. And then we needed to see that there was some plausible pathway to scale. It's a somewhat more subjective judgment. We recommended accompanying scaling with adaptation to new contexts and A/B tests to improve the innovations, and where appropriate, if the innovation had to be changed enough or was in a different enough context, further evaluations to rigorously test impact. We then tried to, we didn't want to just recommend innovations, but we wanted to engage with policymakers in governments in low and middle income countries, at least to the extent we could with our limited budget, to try to work with them to actually address the issues that would need to be practically addressed to scale these. And we worked with the Indian government, I'll say more about that. And then we conducted outreach with multilateral development banks and other policymakers to promote scaling to additional countries. I think this approach, while we did it with very limited staff and very limited budget in the Innovation Commission, I think this approach is something that actually, I think IFPRI could do much better. So I think it's something that others can do. Okay. So just to give some examples, and I'll focus here on the social innovations. There are also straight biological innovations, or innovations that combine social elements along with other elements, technical or elements. Some of the things we recommended, I won't go through these aside from the first two in any detail, but there were quite a range, many of which people here at IFPRI have helped develop, for example, or help develop or evaluate, like graduation programs, for example. Let me dive into the example of digital agriculture, and within that of improved weather forecasts and agromet advice. Some of these we thought were ready to scale. Some of these are perhaps a little bit earlier stage and need more work on them. Okay, so as we surveyed the literature on digital agriculture, and I'll discuss these in further slides, we found that farmers respond to digitally delivered information, even with very basic, in some ways now, for some parts of the world, outdated technology like SMS. So I'll show you the results that we have, which are obviously delayed a bit, but I think the potential for the future is going to be much greater, potentially transformative improvement with AI. And argue that these approaches have high benefit cost ratios when they're implemented at scale, and that's an important conditioning statement. So let me move into I'm not going to go through these in full detail, but let me start with, there are many areas where digital agriculture can be relevant. I'm going to focus a little bit on weather forecasts here, because digital agriculture is particularly useful for delivering timely information and information that has to be geographically targeted or customized. And there's randomized controlled trials, as well as some very good non-experimental evidence from a wide variety of settings, suggesting that farmers respond to weather forecasts, even with, I think perhaps you can do much, much better with better technology and with agromet advice included, but even just getting the weather forecasts, farmers respond to that. And, let me highlight, one particular study here, which is a study in India. Farmers, so this was information on monsoon onset. So in general, rainy season onset's a really critical piece of information for farmers. Generally, you want to plant as soon as possible in the rainy season to maximize the growing season, but you don't want to plant before the rainy season has really started, because then your crops might not germinate, you might lose the seeds, any fertilizer you put in. What they found in the study was that farmers they found not only did farmers think about when to plant, but they actually changed their crop choice based on this. And they changed the amount of land under cultivation, depending on how the forecast compared to their expectations. But there's many other types of information were valuable in other contexts. Similar results for pest control. The pests are also something where you need to deliver information in a timely way, and you want to customize it to the geographic area. Adoption of new seeds. So this is a way in which I think that information delivery to farmers is actually very complementary with biological innovations of new seeds. If farmers don't know whether the seeds are right for them, then you'll get a mixture of sort of positive reaction, negative reactions to the seeds. Word of mouth won't be so good. But if the farmers who are getting correct advice about when the seeds are suitable for their conditions, you'll get probably better adoption and better results. Soil chemistry information. This was a meta-analysis I was involved in East Africa, where we found farmers responded to soil acidity information. I think there's market linkages. This could be just price information, but let me highlight a couple of other things. In this study, this was a contract farming context, and the firm actually got information from the farmers about when fertilizer deliveries were late, and that really reduced late delivery and non-delivery. This was I think this price information study was actually linking up traders. It was actually used more by the traders than by the farmers themselves. That led to arbitraging away of price differences, which can help address food security problems. Okay, you can see improved public service delivery and accountability. Okay, I will come back to this later, but one thing where I think is very promising in this area is delivering behavioral interventions digitally. There's really promising results on those, but not yet on digital delivery. Okay, so that's the first thing. Farmers respond. Second point from the literature review, so it can be very high benefit cost ratios when they're delivered at scale. Okay, so to start with weather forecasting, there's a range of, there's different outcomes in different trials, but in some of them, the benefits are over $100 per year, and each one of these trials has its limitations. But some of them have smaller benefits, or you can't pick up a benefit, but that's to be expected. Sometimes the season will be a very normal season, and farmers can just do the standard things. Sometimes there'll be something predicted which is unusual that farmers need to respond to. The costs of setting up a system can be very small. Now, India has very low messaging rates, but the distribution costs for forecasts are going to be less than 1 cent per farmer, and that's to distribute multiple messages to farmers about monsoon onset. And once these systems are established, you can then add on additional things. Some of the, I don't have it on the slide, but in other digital contexts, 10 to 1 benefit cost ratios are much higher, are common. Okay. The third, and so those are from the literature review, applying some basic economic principles. I think agricultural advisory and weather forecasts are classic public goods. One other thing that comes out of, if you think about the technical definition of a public good as non-rival and non-excludable, information's non-rival. If one farmer has it, if you extend that to another farmer, that doesn't come at the cost of giving the information to the first farmer. So they're non-rival. They're also, at best, imperfectly excludable. One thing that came up in many of these randomized trials is farmers talk to each other, they exchange information. It makes it hard to sustain a business in most contexts through a subscription model. So there are a number of small startups that are trying to do that, but I think this is a classic public good. If you can get to very large scale, these are very cost effective. Free distribution, typically with government financing, allows that to happen. We, as I noted, we wanted to work with a partner, and we worked with the Indian government in the Innovation Commission. We provided some technical assistance to them to help the ministry send messages to 9 million farmers in 2024. And this year, they're upgrading to AI forecasts based on benchmarking of open access AI models. I'll come back to that. And they're targeting 40 million farmers. This is about to start tomorrow, I think. So, so it hasn't happened yet, but it's imminent. Based in part on the experience of the Indian government's experience last year and their positive experience and their plans to scale it up, that type of proof that this was, proof of concept was important beyond just the multiple RCTs that I put up. I think it was very important to policymakers in multilateral development banks. So the Asian Development Bank announced that they're going to invest $300 million in weather forecasts and in providing weather forecasts and agro-med information to farmers in over between 2025 and 2027. And we're cooperating with them to prepare concept notes for loans in India, Bangladesh, Laos, PDR. And they're actively planning to try to include more countries, including Pakistan and Indonesia. The Inter-American Development Bank has similarly made a $280 million pledge. They're planning to work in a number of countries. In those settings, they also want to include soil chemistry information. And we're in discussions with the World Bank and several sub-Saharan countries. AgFund and Badea have announced support for Digital Ag Project in Ethiopia to reach 10 million farmers there. Okay. So let me go back to, I've talked about how governments can play a key role in scaling. I don't want to sound completely Pollyannish about this. Governments often design systems that are hard for farmers to use. People in ag ministries know the technical information, but they often don't have strong teams on the communication with farmers' side. So this is a country that set up a IVR system, interactive voice response system. They again, another, I think this, the basic concept was very good, and they were reaching 3 million farmers whose access, a lot of new callers were coming in each year, but the usage was low, and there was a lot of attrition. So people would call, but they wouldn't necessarily, press 1 for this, press 2 for that. They wouldn't necessarily get through to the content. So with some help, and I think I put this up on another slide, but this was done with precision development, so I should declare I'm a board member there, so I'm also a co-author on the paper, so I have a bit of an interest in this. They're an NGO, it's not compensated, but I should declare it. We conducted focus groups and funnel analysis to see where were farmers dropping out of the system, and then where farmers were dropping out, then worked with the government to identify possible alternatives, possible tweaks, and then they conducted A/B tests. And not all of them worked, but some of them did. And in general, a lot of the problem was asking users for too much information, led users to drop out. And this was integrated in. Governments in general, in multiple contexts, not just this government, we found that they're quite responsive to the evidence on technical issues like this. Okay. I think so. I think that there's huge potential. One of the reasons, I think right now there's already high benefit cost ratios. It's worth adopting based on current technology alone. But I think there'll be opportunities to do much better in the future, both due to artificial intelligence, both on the content side and on the communication side. So on the content side, and I'll focus here on weather, but I think there'll be opportunities in other areas as well. It's really an AI revolution going on in weather forecasting. One nice thing about this is that many leading tech firms and the big weather research centers, like the European Center, ECMWF, have produced open access global models. So they forecast around the world, and they're open access. Anybody can go in and see the code and try them out and adapt it for that matter. These models in general, and this is a very crude summary, but they've proven, just in the past few years, they've proven more accurate than the traditional numerical weather prediction models. And that accuracy allows them to predict out further. So it used to be you could go about 10 days for most short-range weather forecasts. Now you can go out to 15 days. They're also run much faster. So you don't need supercomputers. You can run them on a laptop. And that means it's easy to adapt them and to tailor them to match farmer needs, much, much cheaper than it used to be. You could create a model, I ride a bicycle, I want to know when is there going to be a 15-minute break in the rain so I can ride my bicycle in. If you're a farmer, maybe you want to know, when do I expect the rainy season, for example, and a rainy season defined in a particular way. It's going to rain, and there's not going to be a dry spell that's going to make it difficult for the crops to germinate. Well, you can set up the forecasting, that particular item. Or maybe you care about soil moisture. Maybe you want a pest outbreak model. Those would obviously require bringing in other systems than just weather. But those things become much more possible with AI models. Okay, so this is what they don't necessarily do. Sorry, let me go back. No, wrong way. What they don't necessarily do is these are global models, and they forecast things that are of interest to meteorologists, like wind speed up in the atmosphere, as well as some other things. But for a particular agricultural purpose in a particular location, they're not producing detailed statistics on performance for that. So we worked to test AI models in predicting the onset of the agriculturally relevant Indian monsoon, and identified the best models out of the multiple open access AI models for that purpose. We found that for monsoon onset, they could produce useful forecasts up to 30 days ahead. And then we combined, it turned out to be one of the 3 Google models and the European model were the best. And so combining them, you could do better than either alone. And so this is the area where the Indian government's planning to distribute monsoon forecasts this year. Okay, that's on the content side, but I think there'll be many other examples as well besides weather. On the communication side, this is a table that's used inside the Indian government about what to recommend to farmers with different weather conditions for different crops in different districts. You can see this is, or maybe you can't, but this is very technical information. It's not developed for farmers. Foliar application is recommended, 1% KNO3 spray. That's not something a farmer can use directly. But I think with some combination of AI and expert input, you could develop systems for translating this voluminous information that's already done to content that's usable by farmers. Of course, you'd want to supplement that with focus groups and A/B testing, but you could do this not on an intensive manual basis, but you could set up systems to do this much more rapidly. Okay? But more broadly, I think there's really transformative potential from AI. With large language models, you could customize the agromed advice based on the crop, based on the language, the measurement unit, the names of the local brands, even things like farmer education levels. And you could, that's sending out messages to the farmers, but you can also collect information from farmers. And, perhaps you could collect pest data, because if you're providing pest advice to farmers, you could use that to develop better pest models to advise other farmers. Maybe we could even get to the stage of conducting, it's all speculative obviously, but conducting low-cost on-farm trials, working with farmers to do that. You can improve market linkages, connections to extension systems with rapid and tailored communication over a much more natural interface than, say, interactive voice response, actually over chat. Search, for example, that's pretty hard for, some studies finding that even college-educated people find search quite hard to use. Chat is much more natural. And then one thing that I'm excited about, I alluded to earlier, is behavioral science tools. So there's some very promising results on that. I won't go through them in detail, but and people at IFPRI have been involved in this. Even very simple behavioral messages have led to substantial improvements in yields. And this type of thing could be delivered much better and much more continuously through large language models. Okay. I'm over time, so I'm going to have to go very briefly on this, but let me just mention some institutions for innovation, and I can come back to it if people are interested. One approach is to set up open-tiered evidence-based social innovation funds. So any institution, so USAID had one called Development Innovation Ventures, which I helped set up, and France has one called FID. These are designed to any institution is going to pick particular priorities to invest in. USAID did, France does, but I think it's useful to recognize that not all ideas are going to be generated within an institution and have some open window that's open to, researchers, to public officials in low and middle income countries, to firms, to NGOs, to propose ideas, and then from a variety of countries. And that can be scaled in a variety of different ways, scaled commercially, scaled through the public sector. Now, because this is open, you can't just deliver lots of funds, you need to select among them. So DIV was set up to provide small, and FID as well, provide small amounts of funds to pilot new ideas, slightly larger, but still quite modest, to rigorously test them. And then any larger scale commitments were only for the things that were most successful. And we looked at our portfolio, things were more likely to scale if they were low cost. They're less likely to scale if they were direct to consumer as opposed to selling to a large business or to a government. And actually we found that randomized trials made them more likely to scale, contrary to a view that randomized trials just slow down innovation. And perhaps, I think, because randomized trials can be a useful part of the innovation process, as tech firms are finding with A/B tests. Another approach is creating, I think, upfront research funding is very important, an essential part of innovation systems, but many successful innovation systems also have the pull of a market. You can think about that for pharmaceuticals, you can think about that for many agricultural innovations for high-income countries. But for some low-income country needs, there's not that much of a market. So, as was mentioned in the introduction, helped develop the idea of an advanced market commitment, where a group of high-income countries pledged to develop to help finance the purchase of a pneumococcus vaccine if one was developed that satisfied, that addressed the strains in low and middle income countries. And then, in fact, these vaccines were developed, and I think the availability of the advanced market commitment helps speed up diffusion as well. I think, CGIAR, as I noted, has a remarkable track record of delivering benefits relative to the expenditures that have been spent on it. A lot of that benefit, and this is common across all R&D, a small number of innovations that scaled account for most of that benefit. There are a lot of things that don't scale. That's inevitable. But it would be nice to improve on that and to have a higher fraction of things scale, and that would further raise the benefits. Well, one way to do that is to, I would argue, is to develop ways to incentivize both the creating innovations that will actually scale. So the advanced market commitment is structured so the developers only get paid if the vaccine actually is purchased and reaches people. And also that both creates incentives for the development of appropriate innovations that farmers will want to use, but also creates incentives for firms to find ways to get that out to farmers and be creative about that. We've been in discussions with IFPRI, and we're just working out the final details, as I understand it, of collaboration between IFPRI, Center for Global Development, and the Market Shaping Accelerator team, which is joint between the University of Chicago and CGD, on trying to work together to develop a poll program for seeds that for smallholders in West Africa, where there might not otherwise be sufficient commercial incentives. Okay. So thank you very much. I think, as I've noted, I think IFPRI has an illustrious history, and I think it has, in the future, it can make even bigger contributions to CGIAR's overall effort to developing, testing, and helping transition innovations to scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for an amazing keynote, very, very appropriate for all of our discussions today, and very visionary, so many thanks for that. The floor is open. I know in this audience there's not going to be any short of questions. Joachim.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I want to pick up on the question of weather forecasting. And you mentioned you use the Google and the European system. Now, one is private, the other one is public. The European one in my hometown, Bonn, and Bologna, and Reading, the medium-term weather forecasting system, is a costing long-term initiative. What's the institutional suggestion you have? Shouldn't this public good be publicly funded? How risky is it to rely for the future on the Google system? Should these models talk to each other in order to advance the benefit? Here we have a public-private competition thing. Your comment, please.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the question. I think I think it's a very important set of issues to be thinking about. I think what's important is this be free to the farmer, and that it be, and I think it's much better to go with open access systems. So there are a number of startups with proprietary weather forecasting systems, and I'm quite cautious about those proprietary systems. I don't want to say there's never any case for using them, but if they develop something, then, and let's say they work with the country, well, the next year they may say, we're raising our price, and there's nothing that can be done about that. What I like about even though it's a private firm, my understanding is that the Google system and many of these other systems are open access. So they have put the code and the weights out there publicly, and so that anybody can use them. In fact, the team at Chicago, the scientific Chicago and Berkeley and in India that is producing these forecasts, they're not taking. They basically just took the model, they copied it basically. They're not, and they're using it to forecast the monsoon, and then they're actually combining elements of both these systems. So I think having open access systems is key. And the other thing, which has not been done yet, but I think should ultimately be done, is you wouldn't want to use these. Right now, these are just systems used out of the box. It's just a copy of the Google model. Ultimately, it's possible to tailor models to specifically optimize. The systems are optimized. The loss function they use to optimize them is based on how well it is in certain global meteorological phenomena. Ultimately, it would be wonderful if either the government of India or other entities created something that was optimized specifically for predicting things that were important for Indian farmers. And then I think that should be. I think agree with the implicit idea behind your question. I think that should be done by the public sector, and it should be made open access.
Great. Some other questions? We can take a few questions at the same time. Don't be shy. Yes. Olivier, will you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I can do that. Thanks, Charlotte. My name is Olivier Ecker. I'm Senior Research Fellow with the Foresight and Policy Modeling Unit here at IFPRI. So my question relates to your comments on innovations at scale and especially related to marginal effects. If you look at the cost-benefits ratios, many of these cost-benefit ratios are calculated based on the targeted outcome. What we are very much interested in are the marginal effects, so the effects on economic growth, on employment, and sector growth. Now, since you brought up the issues about scaling innovations, can you share with us some insights about those larger development effects, be it on economic growth, employment, and reduction in food insecurity and hunger?
Okay, we better take that one in and of itself, if you want to answer that shortly.
Okay, so you're right. We're studying randomized trials or other well-identified, not necessarily randomized trials, but well-identified microeconomic studies that look at gains like yield gains or profit gains or reductions in input costs, et cetera. It's hard to, and at one level, it's hard to know exactly how that's going to a particular innovation is going to translate into economic growth. But much earlier in my career, I was a macroeconomist focusing on growth. And the key lesson coming out of that is that the long-run driver of growth is technological change. It's not capital accumulation. I mean, capital accumulation plays a role. Human capital accumulation plays a role. I don't want to minimize those. But the biggest factor is technological change. One simple way to see that, I'm not going to get the statistic right, but I know this since 1960 or whatever. But world population has doubled. Arable land obviously hasn't. Hunger is down. Why? Because productivity has tripled during that period. And if you look sector after sector, I mean, perhaps health, it's most dramatic. Lifespans in Kenya today are better than they were, considerably better than they were in Italy in 1900. And Italy is in 1900 was actually slightly I believe, richer than Kenya today, but the technological change enabled much more to be produced with the same output, with the same input.
Great. Olivier, maybe we'll move on to a new question. Is that okay? Weary, did you have a question? And I'm going to ask one, take the prerogative of the moderator. You are very bullish on AI. What do we need to be thinking about in terms of policies around the use of AI? But let's take Weary's question first.
Well, thanks for the great presentation. I'm Were Omamo with the director of the Development Strategy and Governance Unit and director for Africa. Just staying with the scaling issue, that's really, I think, the big issue in many countries in around Africa. There are many experiments, many good outcomes, very localized, but they're not being taken to scaling. But you've given some examples of where it does seem to be happening. What lessons would you suggest can be taken forward about the scaling process itself and the institutional arrangements, policy requirements, etc.? Thanks.
Right. Let me start.
Maybe this time we'll collect a few more this time. James and then Suresh, and then we'll hand it over.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is James Allen. I'm an associate research fellow here at IFPRI. My question actually snowballs really well onto what was just asked, which is building on that question, are there things that you can do during the small RCT phase when you're piloting the idea to help it scale better later? I know John List is thinking a lot about this, like in terms of like the voltage effect. So when you are designing the pilot, what factors are you thinking about so that the next step can go smoothly? So that kind of, I think, builds on that question there. Thanks.
Suresh Babu, Senior Research Fellow at IFPRI. Thanks for highlighting the role of extension institutions, and they're crucial there. But we are currently implementing methane reduction technologies in the rice farming systems of South Asia, particularly Indian context. We are facing multiple apps, and the farmers are, and information coming from different, it's not that there is not enough information, but what type of information that farmers should actually use, that's a real challenge on the ground right now as we implement this project. Any ideas on how to have this private information, public information? Private information is pushing the inputs that they want to get to the farmers, whereas the public information is meteorological, very useful. But there is a lot of conflict on the ground. How do we deal with that? Thank you.
Okay, great questions. Two on scaling, and then one on sort of these different pieces that are coming at the farmer. How is he or she going to make sense of that? And then maybe policies around AI.
Great. So on scaling, I think, and this partly is also about how do you think about design of programs to test. One huge factor in the DIV portfolio when we looked at it was cost. It's easy to forget about that. And sometimes pilots are pretty well funded, and there are lots of important things in the world. There's a tendency to pile everything onto that. And finding something that's a low-cost solution is one of the most important things in my mind for scaling. And then trying to think about what's most important to the farmer, what farmers will actually use. Sometimes there are obvious political constraints, so thinking about those in advance is useful, although sometimes it's those have to be overcome. I wouldn't say we should only simplistically say unless the government puts in money, it's not going to scale, and we should always require that. Sometimes earlier stage R&D is needed. And it might not be that the cost is initially low, but there has to be a prospect of producing a low cost in the future at scale. Obviously, an initial test developing if it's digital, for example, if it's with a few thousand farmers, it's not going to be super cheap at that level. So one is cost. Another is checking with the farmers to get their reactions and piloting things. Should be an obvious step, but sometimes it doesn't seem to be. Another is talking to government. It depends the scaling route. So sometimes the scaling route would be with the government, then you should be talking to the government. Sometimes the scaling route would be with some existing large private enterprise. I think there's sometimes too much of a focus on either government or startups, but, you know, large businesses like this sugar company, you know, they can be, I mean, that did not scale. The sugar company fell apart, but large businesses can be very important as well. But talking to the partners and understanding things from their perspective is important. And then I think afterwards, some sort of sustained effort is needed. It's not just a matter of having the paper. It's working with whoever the potential implementer is, whether that's the government or the business, to adapt it to their systems, try it, maybe try different variants, see what will work for them, and then eventually to get more evidence on that, to both for internally within that organization, but also externally for the global system. Okay, that was on scaling. On the issue of multiple apps coming at farmers, I think my inclination, this is very rough, it's something that's going to have to be figured out, but while I think governments should, or the public sector more generally, should help pay for the development of public goods, and especially of global public goods like weather forecasts or regional public goods, the same, you know, the benefits of a monsoon forecast will spread across much of Asia, and similar forecasts for in African settings would work for, you know, much of West Africa or East Africa. I would be in favor of just releasing that information openly. I think the government should do the best job through A/B tests to design information that farmers will use. I think governments need technical assistance in doing that. But I also think it should be public because, you know, where do I get my my weather information from? Not from the U.S. National Weather Service, but from the Weather Channel, which repackages that. I mean, I'm not saying I'm doing that optimally, but they repackage that information and they sell it. They don't charge a lot for their services because they have many competitors. If they started charging because the government's providing the basic information for free, they wouldn't survive. So if the government makes the information available and if people repackage it, so be it. Obviously, there are regulatory issues. You know, if somebody's providing false information to sell a product or something like that, maybe regulatory steps are needed. I'm not an expert on that. Let me just take the AI question, and then happy to take new questions. You said I'm bullish on AI. So first, let me clarify that in two ways. I probably did come across as too bullish. One, there are a lot of risks, and I think that's very important. That's not an area of my expertise, but clearly, you need to think about things like privacy, et cetera, in setting up these systems. And there are a bunch of techniques for the technology for addressing those things, but then there's a social question of how we shape it. But I feel like there's already lots of discussion of the downsides and the risks. And so I'm not saying that that's inappropriate, but I feel like one really important missing element is on the benefit side, because there are some things that are very socially beneficial that private companies are going to invest in, like maps. Because if I want to figure out how to go to a particular place in Washington, D.C., Google would love to tell me that, because then they can advertise various things along the way. And they can tell me the nearby restaurants and so on. But there are other things where there's just not as big a commercial market, but are incredibly important. So these weather forecasts, these AI weather forecasts, they're not. I don't think companies are going to invest enough on their own in producing things for forecasts tailored to the needs of smallholder farmers. You'll need a public effort even to do the basic step we conducted in with a sort of on a semi-volunteer basis with a little bit of support, external support, to just check how well the out-of-the-box forecasts do for a particular agricultural application. But to have a sustained effort to develop the best possible for AI forecast for that, that will require either creating incentives for private companies to do this through things like pull mechanisms or advanced market commitments, or the public sector investing in doing that directly. So that, I think, is I'm not an optimist without creating society, creating the right institutions for the technologies to be applied to social needs.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, Peter. We have to wrap it up because we are running late. Let's give a warm round of applause to Michael Kremer's incredible presentation and taking a lot of different kinds of questions and providing really insightful answers. I'm going to hand over straight away to Purnima Menon, who's Senior Director here at IFPRI. She, in turn, will introduce a panel of external partners. So over to you, Purnima.
Thank you, Michael. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Michael. I think we were all holding back our many questions. And for me, one among the many is, how do we get people to stop doing the things that we know don't have an impact? Let me take this opportunity again to congratulate all the authors of the GFPR and to welcome to the stage what is a long-standing tradition in the GFPR launch, some external commentators and panelists to share with us their perspectives on really the future of policy research. So first, we have a few people online. I'm going to take a seat right here. And we have a few people in person. So let me invite to the front those who should be here in person. Ruben Echeverria, please. We have Joan Machi, who's in the back. Joan, please come up. And the remaining panelists are all virtual. So thank you all for joining us today. I'm going to do a very quick round of introduction of the panelists. Maybe just wave when your name comes up online. Alice Rubeza, who is the president for the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. Thank you for joining us today, Alice. Ramesh Chand, who is a member, National Institute for Transforming India, Niti Aayog. He's a member for agriculture. Welcome, Professor Chand. Joan Machi, welcome, Joan. Joan is the Global Director for Child Nutrition and Development at UNICEF. We are fortunate to have you with us today. Ruben Echeverria, welcome. You're a Senior Advisor at for Ag Development at the Gates Foundation. Santiago, welcome. Santiago Albacoral is the Vice President for Programs and Partnerships at the IDRC in Canada, one of our founding funders, may I say. And last but not least, Marianne Gross-Claude, I hope I said your name correctly. Practice Manager for Agriculture and Food in the Global Practice at the World Bank. Now, one of the very big questions we have as we look forward towards the next 25 years of food policy and food policy research is, really what should the future of impact-oriented, and let me emphasize that, impact-oriented food and nutrition policy research focus on? How should that research be done? Who should do it? And how can research really translate to impact? I think these are some really profound questions that we are grappling with at IFPRI as we use this year, as we use the insights from the GFPR and the inputs from all of you to help shape our strategic directions. And so, as I have questions for each of the panelists, but we also have an opportunity for the audience to help us think through some of these things. So I'm going to ask our team here to pull up. We'll have 2 Menti questions, just for you to think about and add your inputs. We're not doing a poll. We're not collecting quantitative data here. And so if everyone in the room maybe wants to pick up their phones and take a moment there. As we look forward to the next several years, we've had 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We've all aligned on many different global problems and challenges that we should be focusing on. We'd love to hear your thoughts. What should IFPRI be focusing on, right? So what are the most crucial development problems and challenges that policy research needs to come in on as we look towards 2030 and beyond? So that's going to stay up there. while we continue with our panel conversation. Okay, and then I'll introduce the second question. And at the end of this session, we will share with you your collective insights. All right, so let me start with you, Alice. Now, the institution that you've recently taken on, a leadership role on, exists to fulfill a vision where Africa can feed itself and the world, transforming agriculture from a solitary struggle for survival into a thriving business, a really profound transformative journey that's expected there. So what are your thoughts on the kinds of policy research, data, and evidence that can help get us there? You're going to have about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Punima. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate IFPRI on the 50th anniversary, but also to congratulate the authors of this report. So AGRA was started almost 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, we were looking to answer the question on productivity. How could we increase productivity of smallholder farmers in Africa? Our first big bet was on seeds. We thought that if we could give the farmers the right seed, they would be able to increase their productivity, they would be able to feed their families, and they would be able to remain with some and become more resilient. And we were looking at maybe 3.5 metric tons per hectare. Then we realized after a while, we also evolved by realizing that, yes, we could do that, but then what would happen to the surplus? And so we needed to also think about where would that surplus go. And so we also introduced work on markets and markets and trade. But with the onset of climate change and the realization of the degraded soils as well in Africa, we also introduced work on sustainable farming that looks at soil health and looks at more regenerative agriculture and climate resilient agriculture. But we knew that we could not get to scale. As someone said earlier, policy matters and policy matters at scale. We couldn't get to scale unless we had some work on policy. How do you work with governments on really improving policy and state capability? But even after that, we realized we needed to do more. So we have cross-cutting work. We started to look at inclusivity. How do you look at gender, given that women are the most important farmers in Africa? How do you look at youth being the biggest population we have in Africa? How do you bring in nutrition, which all of you talked about today? So in a way, we've evolved from a productivity agenda to a food systems agenda, as someone said before, policy beyond the farm and a food systems approach. So looking at all those areas, and I want to answer your question by saying in those areas, what are those things that we think research should focus on? On the first one around productivity, really the big challenge remains adoption. Adoption is still an issue, and we think that we need to generate research and data into the behavioral, financial, and structural barriers to adoption. And we need to support real-time, location-specific agronomic and climate data to guide farmers and input suppliers. On the farming itself, we also need to look at the economics. You know, the return on investment matters. And so really looking at evidence that shapes targeted incentives and business models that work for farmers, but also turning into this sector into an investable sector and into a bankable sector. And what does that mean? On the market side, obviously, we've also started working very closely on how post-harvest loss, as I mentioned about that. But here we need to also understand the political economy and understand the policy bottlenecks that block us from getting to scale. And especially as we're moving to regional intra-Africa trade, we need to understand those issues that go beyond national level, but go also at regional level and go in food corridors. So understanding what is needed to unlock that. Now, on the cross-cutting pieces of work, there's a lot that has already been covered on the gender. I think your gender research covered very much the issues, but I will repeat and say the issue around the multidimensionality beyond surface level gender youth disaggregation, but also looking at intra-household decision-making, some of the things that you are also looking at. On the youth side, our biggest preoccupation is how do you create dignified jobs in this sector? It's a big question, and we need to understand what does that mean and how do we do that? We feel that there's what is overlooked a lot is the differences between rural, urban youth, educated out of school youth, young women burdened by care work, and those already in the informal sector. So we need the research in future to also be looking at that. The women's invisible contribution, the unpaid nutrition, that you've already talked about as well. And maybe the last one will be around mapping the informal food systems and that contribution. And on the nutrition side, you talked about the diversity, they're looking at the local food system, looking at public procurement, fiscal policies, and how all of these can be incentivized in the production of nutrition-dense food and climate-resilient food. So since I also only have 5 minutes, let me just conclude by saying that Africa's future depends on how we grow, trade, and consume food. So we need a policy research agenda that is deeply responsive to farmers, relevant for decision makers, and capable of delivering lasting change. We need to make the case for governments to fund agri-food systems because of the value that they bring to the entire economy. But we also need to attract private capital because we know that our aid architecture has broken down. AGRA stands ready to continue our work with IFPRI and the CGIAR and others to realize this vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alice. That was very, very crisp and very focused and actually very inspiring for us to think about. Thank you. Professor Chand, let me come to you. I know you speak both from the perspective of India and now also as a CGIAR and IFPRI board member. So we have a lot to consider your advice on. I think the question for today is, considering both India and South Asia's journey since 1975, which we heard a little bit about, through today's presentations as well, are there maybe one or two really pivotal policy research findings that you think have really made a big difference? And what was the recipe for success there? Again, 4 or 5 minutes, please. Thank you. You're on mute. Could you unmute? Thanks.
Thank you, Purma. I joined previous speakers in congratulating IFPRI on 50 years of glorious journey and for very impressive achievement, including publication of Flagship Global Food Policy Report, which in fact I have been using as a reference book for several years. In the remaining period, I would just like to say that in Asia, in India, including Pakistan, Bangladesh, agriculture has taken a different turn. The way we need to look at agriculture in South Asia, I think we need to debate it, whether we are looking at agriculture in the right way or we need to change it. One is that if you look at the growth rate in food production, it is historical, it is unprecedented. I have hard facts related to India that last 10 years, growth rate of agri-food production is 4% and population growth rate is only 0.6%. So per capita food production is rising like anything, but still we have this issue of undernutrition, malnutrition. So this earlier we used to hear only in the textbook paradox of hunger in the midst of plenty. But now it is real and we need to pay attention to it, that how we address this. Second is that much of the growth in the recent years is driven by prices. There are studies which show that role of technology in agriculture growth share if you do decomposition. There are studies in India, I've seen those. Share of technology is taking backseat. It is the prices which are driving. If I share fact with you, again in last 10 years, real prices of agriculture food, agri-food commodities in India have increased by 33% in 10 years. So the growth is happening, but it is a very costly growth. So how we can change this growth trajectory from price driven to technology driven, I think that is something very, very important. Second is that South Asia and many other countries have been sacrificing long run for short run. I think today is the need to balance growth and sustainability. We are really robbing future generation of water. We are robbing them of biodiversity. We are robbing them of quality soils. So I think today, if world is suffering from hunger or undernutrition, I feel that in most part of the world, it is not because adequate food is not there. There are other reasons. We need to look at those reasons. Today, world is in a position to have some trade-offs between accepting little lower growth, but pay attention to emission, pay attention to sustainability. I think these issues are of paramount importance and we should pay the attention. Lastly, I feel issue of employment. This is again very, very serious. Even today I was discussing with World Bank team, they want to do a study on jobs in agri-food system, that the employment issue for India, the biggest economic challenge in the coming decades is how to offer employment. Growth is not that big a challenge. Increase in per capita income is not that big a challenge. Poverty, food security, yes, they remain at low levels, but now you can't address those by growing more food. There are other kind of measures which are needed. But this thing, employment, is really very, very serious issues. Manufacturing is going for capital intensive approaches. Doors are shut for shifting labor from agriculture to manufacturing, even in service very little scope. So is it that we need to prepare agriculture and agri-food system and create remunerative employment and attractive conditions there, that rather than development economics telling us people moving from agriculture to those sectors, when doors are shut, how to keep them in agriculture and how to give them decent job and decent wages. So that's all. I think I took my 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think again, applause please in the room. Really fascinating to hear your perspectives, of course, and a great reminder of the importance of looking at where the jobs are going to be and how economies will transform there. We're going to pivot to nutrition now, and Joan, the question to you again. At IFPRI, nutrition has been a big part of our journey as well. And we know an awful lot of now today about the importance of sound nutrition for children's well-being for today and the impacts of that for the future. So I guess, the question, and a lot of that has been informed by research. So what do you see as some of the pivotal research findings in this, and what do you see as the future? I mean, what should we as a policy research entity be focusing on in partnership? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranima, and good afternoon to everyone. I think before I even start to address the question, I just want to join others in congratulating IFPRI on this momentous milestone and to really express gratitude on behalf of not just UNICEF, but the UN family for having always engaged with us to try and find solutions towards transforming the world for humanity. As organizations, I think many of us are in a very reflective mode, and I think we're trying to look at how we can all adopt a sharpened focus on the most vulnerable in the context that we work on. We also talk a lot about assessing the impact of our interventions. Are we making a real difference? Is that difference sustainable? And then I think very much some of the discussions I heard this morning were around scaling our interventions. And we often talk about we should be prioritizing those interventions that are scalable, and that scalability should really be coming from government. Then the last part that we've been talking a lot about is perhaps we need to be more clear around differentiating approaches to prevention and management and treatment of malnutrition, that it cannot be a cookie-cutter approach to address these issues given different country contexts. We have upper middle income context, countries are in transition, low income context. How do we structure research that helps us answer what the specific needs of those contexts are? We are also learning that the shape of malnutrition is changing. There's a changing face of malnutrition across the world. We're seeing the triple burden of malnutrition with micronutrient deficiencies, overweight, and obesity, sometimes coexisting within the same communities. But this is no longer a shortage of calories. The main nutrition challenge across the world, including in low-income countries, is around the food systems. We see obesity overtaking thinness amongst children and adolescents as the most prevalent form of malnutrition. Therefore, we will continue to address undernutrition, both stunting and wasting. But we need to also dually tackle the drivers of child overweight and obesity. The key driver of malnutrition in children, we are learning, is child food poverty. Our analysis on a recently released report shows that income poverty or affordability and negative influence of food environments is driving the poor quality of children's diets. To redress this situation, we are calling for a systems-wide approach, and I think very much in line with the previous speaker from AGRA. We are saying it's important to elevate the role of the food system as a key driver and accelerator to reduce child food poverty and malnutrition. It is not necessarily families that are failing children, but the systems, and especially food systems, which shape what is available, what is affordable, and what is desirable. We also know that the growing ultra-processed foods that are increasingly available across different country contexts result in nutrient poor and highly profitable, of course, and they are highly profitable. And this does drive the triple burden of malnutrition. So in reflecting on this scenario, what are we suggesting that is the next chapter for IFPRI? We would like IFPRI to help us work together with partners to identify and address the structural, commercial, and political drivers of unhealthy food environments, and to identify ways in which we can effectively shift the behaviors of all food systems actors towards healthier dietary patterns. We would like you to identify and address we'd like you to identify as well how we can move production and consumer behavior towards healthy diets, bridging the gap between food business sector and nutrition outcomes. In other words, how can nutrition become a good and profitable business? We also think that research in primary production and processing methods that affect diets and health, and in food systems more broadly, need to be boosting the availability and accessibility of more sustainable and healthier foods. This morning, I heard a lot of talk around digital transformation, the use and application of AI. How can we better use AI to improve food systems and make available data that says where we should focus in real time and helps us respond very quickly? I will end my short address by just highlighting that at this current moment, I'm proud to share that with IFPRI, we are testing innovative solutions to prevent wasting and increase screening, treatment uptake, and adherence, and to prevent relapse, all of which are urgently needed interventions. The joint UN Initiative for the Prevention of Wasting, otherwise called JUNIPER, between UNICEF, WFP, and WHO offers an opportunity to study the effectiveness of a multi-system and multi-sectoral programs aimed at preventing wasting. And through this initiative, we hope to get high-quality evidence through IFPRI support to support West Africa, East Africa, and South Asia, and that the rich information that will come from this research will help us make the necessary adjustments. I will conclude by thanking you for providing us the opportunity to provide a few remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joan. We're very pleased to have this partnership. I'm going to ask my colleagues online to bring up the second mentee question while we now hear from Ruben. But the second question is really, what roles what role should research institutions and organizations like IFPRI be doing? What should our work look like to deliver evidence-based innovations and impact at scale? And we guarantee you we will be listening and capturing all of this as we update our strategy. Let me call on you now, Ruben. You've been a great supporter of work across the CGIAR and at IFPRI. That support from the Gates Foundation has been, coming from areas related both to global health and food security and agriculture. So, what do you see as sort of a joint up world looking forward for the foundation to support making, an impactful?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the great invite. I've been associated with the CGIAR for some time, and this is a well-deserved celebration. But every time I come to IFPRI, I see lots of work and work and work. So being from Latin America, I'm asking, where is the celebration here? This is just work and more work. So I'm doing this as a joke, but it's a bit serious because in my long-term association with the CGIAR, I think IFPRI really well deserves a pause a bit. Director General, don't worry, but just to say, okay, 50 years of fantastic impact. So really happy birthday. Happy birthday, because it's super well deserved that. So I know we keep adding here. The second big challenge is that, The second big challenge is that in a time of decreasing funding, we keep adding more research questions. So that's another big one to set priorities. So let me start with a headline. I'm going to breach a bit because I've been doing some instead of answering what the Gates Foundation is doing, is a bit more on, I did some homework inside the Gates Foundation. I've been there for 4 years and say, what do you think about IFPRI should be doing? So don't shoot the messenger. So the headline that we have at the Gates Foundation on this one is that if a third of humanity cannot afford a healthy diet, if feeding the global population produces a third of greenhouse gases, and if diet-related poor health and lost productivity is costing about 5% of global GDP, then IFPRI research should continue to have a great impact by focusing on policy innovations needed to make agri-food systems super sustainable. So one of the key questions that we have is what are the economic incentives and the policy roadmaps to get there? What are the incentives, since IFPRI, that's at the core of your mandate? Can you evaluate the externalities and the trade-offs to promote these policy changes? What are the evaluations needed, perhaps at country level? So we at the Gates Foundation believe that IFPRI is super well placed with this unique team of economists and nutritionists and other experts to continue to deliver key food and nutrition policy analysis. And I'm confident, even as the foundation just announced that we are going to close in 20 years, I'm sure that for those 20 years there will be plenty of support. So three areas come to mind on as you review and refresh and update your strategy. The first one is to strengthen the case for healthy diets as the foundation for good nutrition and health. So healthy diets are not affordable. So to keep saying we need healthy diets, well, they're not affordable. So IFPRI can support governments. I'm sure you're doing this, so it's nothing new for you, but we want to emphasize a bit that area of work, that IFPRI can support governments to better understand the policy actions that they can take to make healthy diets more affordable, both on the production side and also on the demand and income side. So IFPRI has fantastic modeling tools to do this type of analysis, looking at the trade-offs between national development objectives and so on and so forth. So doing more of that will help a lot. For instance, you can improve even the current models to assess nutritional outcomes considering a variety of policies, trying to find alternatives to the Eat Lancet reference. There should be alternatives to the Lancet references diet as an input information, for example, to add to the very famous by now RIAPA model. So that could be one area. I will be fast because I know my 4 minutes are over. So the second one is that IFPRI could help a lot on targeting and scaling policy innovations. Which policies and public investments and value change should government prioritize to achieve all of these big challenges: poverty, food security, dietary improvement, job creation, all the things that we've been discussing all morning, women empowerment, and other food system transformation. So if I'm sitting in a government, what I'm looking at, shiny IFPRI research results, I say, okay, so that action at the country level is still global public research, it's still academic, you can still do your peer review articles, but it's very, very focused on solutions. What policy, investment, and regulatory, legal, institutional reforms are needed in governments to implement all the things that we want to have, more private sector-led transformation? What are the good and the bad experiences from other regions? Latin America and the Caribbean has not been mentioned, only a couple of times by my friend Were, but as an example. But I'm not only using my passport here, I'm saying there is Latin America and the Caribbean has been a lab of good and bad institutional and policy issues. Why not doing much more South-South, LAC as a lab and connecting much more trade, research, and many other policy issues? We hope in Latin America that Africans will not repeat our mistakes, so perhaps if we can do the bridge. And the third and the most important for us is artificial intelligence for policy impact. Of course, you know where the Gates Foundation is coming from. We're a bit biased about data. So this is the time for 50-year celebration to say, okay, we still have many, many more years, many more birthdays ahead, but this is the time to really grab that artificial intelligence challenges and move on. And there we really would like to help. What are the opportunities to use AI to engage governments, local think tanks, and other partners in the creation, tracking, and delivery and use of policy research? How can AI look at models and other analytical and other tools available for informing policy design ex ante and policy implementation tracking ex post? So just to end, I read a lot what IFPRI produces. It's a fantastic 50-year-old library. So just to be an optimistic and provocative, I will say, imagine if your food policy library, your 50-year library, which is vast, imagine using all of that to just go around with AI, around all of these thousands of your own policy recommendations, connecting to the other zillion of other policy recommendations for the Global South, and put together that with your models and your data and your policy scenarios on a consolidated way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruben. Really a lot to think about there, and we appreciate all of your walking along with us to also help think about the future. Santiago, let me come to you now, and we'll really hit some topics that relate to the intersection of climate resilience, the environment, and threats to food systems from that perspective. So, can you speak a little bit to what you see in that area as some of the big needs, and what types of research and engagement and partnership can really help to solve those big challenges? And again, welcome. We're so glad you could make it here as one of the founding representatives of a founding funder of IFPRI.
Thank you, Purnima. And yes, it's really an honor to be on the 5th anniversary of IFPRI, and sorry that I couldn't make it to DC with so many old friends and in the room and online, including I saw this morning Professor Pistup Andersen, who actually, when I was taking one of his courses at Cornell over 20 years ago, introduced me to IFPRI when he suggested me to write a quite weak paper on globalization and nutrition. So the milestone, I think, is not only to celebrate the global impact of IFPRI, but to recognize the collaboration that took us here from the 70s, and how different moments and the different supports that we have put together actually creates the space of evidence-based food policy that we all benefit today. In IDRC in 2025, we designed a new strategy, 2020 to 2030, focusing on food systems to be more nutritious, healthier, equitable, sustainable, and resilient. In particular, recently we have focused in the role that the school food procurement can play in many of the things that we have been discussing today, as one of the promising platforms that can help us to actually achieve part of this transformation. And I take this example because it's very recent, but also because I think connects many of the lessons from the past. We know how school meals improve equity, nutrition, learning outcomes, economic development, but we not always know, and that we're focusing right now, how a large-scale school procurement system can actually drive some of the systemic changes across food systems. And we launched a new initiative, the Catalyzing Resilient, Inclusive, Sustainable Procurement Systems. We're investing around $20 million in 17 countries across Africa to test how national school feeding programs can shift production and production decision toward more sustainable, inclusive models, how we can influence household dietary patterns, and how can unlock food systems policy that really focus and shift to local and national levels. The model is a bridge model. The idea is to build the bridge, how we connect local agriculture to food procurement, in particular the school food procurement as a driver, how we strengthen the bridge, meaning how we can ensure that it's inclusive participation, women, smallholder farmers, marginalized communities, to connect them and not leaving them behind on a new transformation, and actually how we green the bridge to ensure that elements of understanding agroecology, regenerative agriculture, alternative food systems actually can and when can provide and connect to the food school meals. The evidence needs to be context specific, and we have here that across the morning today, to really support the food systems and connect to the procurement mechanism. We are testing pilot models to think local, and we are developing scaling strategies that are sustainable to the climate crisis. However, the key piece of what we are doing, and I think we have to remember, is that evidence in food systems research alone is not going to be enough. That's why more and more we are investing in Foresight, in research and knowledge translation, in the role of artificial intelligence for development, in education, in strengthening science systems. The being different from the 70s to today is that IDRC's principal investigators, the grantees, over 80% of the PIs come from the Global South and from Global South institutions. I think that actually speaks about how we work and build on decades of collaborations across many actors. This is not one institution's work alone. We have been working with IFPRI, many others in the room, from the research on agriculture productivity to today's on that food environment, nutrition sensitive agriculture, partnerships, more than partnerships, alliances that will bring rigorous policy, relevance, evidence, and actually to ensure that we can continue working together for another 50 years. Thank you, and over to you in the room.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Santiago. I think you spoke about some really important things there, including alliances and not just partnerships. I think that really will stick with us. Now, last but not least, Marianne, let me come to you. The World Bank Agricultural Global Practice has been speaking a lot about the issues related to increasing food production in a sustainable world, and thinking about subsidies and thinking about how to connect sort of different types of goals, health, nutrition, environment, and so on and so forth. So, what do you see as some of the most important research areas that we might focus on that are likely to deliver, really impact at scale as we look to the future, and the right kinds of investments? Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity for shared learning, and also congratulations on the anniversary and on the report. and also on the great presentations today, which really showed the firepower of IFPRI. I'm in a challenging spot. I'm the last one, and a lot has already been said. So I'll try to be brief as much as possible and talk from the perspective of the World Bank, and very much informed by our country dialogue and the dialogue we're having with our partners at the regional and the global level as well. From an analytical perspective, food systems have really emerged as a central framework that we use that provide a broader lens to understand the interconnected impacts of food on health, climate change, deforestation, pandemics, and biodiversity, among others. And we've internalized the food systems externalities in policy research. How do we sustainably transform food systems? In principle, the answer seems clear. Harness innovation, repurpose public policies, and unlock private capital. But the complexity obviously lies in the details. And this is where evidence-based policy research plays a critical role. I see 4 critical research areas that must converge moving forward. First, public policies and expenditures shape the development outcomes of food systems. Over the years, we've seen growing evidence of the benefits of repurposing agricultural support and the trade-offs involved in policy shifts. We have a solid understanding of which policies support sustainable development and which don't. The next step is really action at the country level. It's about how policy instruments can be designed and sequenced to achieve triple wins for farm incomes for farmers, for the environment, for climate, with solutions that are anchored in countries' institutional capacity and political economy. A specific example is targeting and targeting agricultural support. We see many countries invest in digital farm registries to improve targeting, but the question remains who to target. Already productive farmers, potentially productive farmers, commercial subsistence, and so on. What kind of information should farm registries collect? So many basic questions still to be answered. Data is key, and others have mentioned that, and we are very proud to be part of the Ag Incentives Consortium alongside IFPRI and others. And we are expanding the database on agricultural support from 90 to 120 countries with a focus on Africa. The second area is healthy diets. Agricultural systems must also do more to support diverse, affordable, and nutritious diets. And this includes research on nutrient-dense value chains, food safety, and the use of behavioral science for work on how people make their food choices. And healthy diets are driven not only by affordability, but also by policy choices, including public spending that favors production of less nutritious commodities and regressive support to farmers. For example, together with WFP in Cambodia and Ghana, we're doing modeling to look at how agri-food interventions can support goals related to nutrition, affordability, and environmental sustainability, and exploring the trade-offs between those. And of course, much more needs to be done in that area. The third area is that of jobs in the agri-food systems. And for the countries that we work with, jobs and creating more and better jobs is really a top policy priority. And while agricultural employment is declining, the broader food system continues to be a major employer, providing about 2/3 of jobs in low-income countries and still 30% in upper middle-income economies. Yet these jobs are often undervalued and poorly understood. The labor implications of food systems transformation are still unclear. Moreover, workers will need new skills to take on future roles, and designing optimal policies for this transition, especially in the face of digital innovation and AI, is a key research challenge. On our side, we've started work on a global report focused on how the agri-food system can generate better jobs. And we look forward to working with IFPRI and others on that agenda. The fourth area is climate smart food systems. We know that agri-food systems are responsible for about 1/3 of global emissions. And our report on Recipe for a Livable Planet has shown that food systems could become a low-cost source of climate action, capable of achieving net zero emissions by 2050 while still feeding the world. Despite this potential, food systems receive only a small fraction of global climate finance. So key questions are: what country-level actions should be prioritized to build climate resilient, low-emissions food systems? And how can climate finance be scaled to support those efforts? To address this, we're developing food system climate action plans to identify cost-effective strategies across the full value chain. And we're also building a database on marginal abatement cost curve across 16 pilot countries to help rank mitigation options and guide investments towards the most impactful and cost-effective solutions. Climate change also means we need more resilient food systems, and that was covered a lot this morning. And so we see research on policies and instruments for de-risking investments in food systems, whether we're talking about small farmers or larger entrepreneurs, as an important priority moving forward. And that means things such as agriculture insurance, but also digital solutions. Some of them have been presented today.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
My last point is about not only the importance of linking research priorities with priorities of decision makers, but also investing in how research is communicated to decision makers. In these times of questioning of the value of investing in development and in science and research, it is really a critical element moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Joan had to leave for another meeting, unfortunately, but thank you there. I think it's going to be really quite impossible to summarize, but I've been keeping an eye on on the Menti in the back as well. So I'm just going to ask the team to bring back up the first question. Hearing from all of the panelists, but also hearing from those of you in the room, I think we feel really a deep sense of affirmation of the importance of the global topics that we've been working on, but also I think we're being nudged in new directions to think about how do we tailor and approach these in different ways as we look forward. The challenges of climate, of equity, of healthy diets in particular, are really sticky, wicked problems that are going to require us to bring together really innovative solutions that cut across sectors. I think what I saw on the Menti on the second question is also the affirmation, if you will. I'm sure it's a little biased by people in the room and those online who believe in the power of research and evidence. But those of us who've worked in policy settings, and I think, Ruben, you alluded to that very well, we're not naive to the fact that research is a tiny ingredient in how policy decisions are made. IFPRI researchers today really spend their time in many different policy settings around the world, and we are learning much, much faster, I think, about how to accelerate the impact of our research by working in partnership with investors, with national policy partners, with MDBs and others. And to me personally, I think our biggest challenge as we look forward, and we really need to think through this in our strategy, is I think something, Michael, that you addressed very well in your talk, how do we accelerate and shorten that pathway between the identification of a set of innovations and their delivery and impact at scale. We simply cannot afford 10-year journeys in that. And that's how long many of these evidence to impact journeys have been for much of our work. So we also need to really think very sharply about how do we take what we have, get that to deliver impact, but how do we also do new ways of innovating in our research that shorten those impact timeframes, if you will. So with that, let me hand back over to Charlotte. Thank you so much to the panelists and all the audience participation.
Thank you so much, Purnima, and to the panel for that session. So just a few last points here from our side. We're about to start a very nice lunch, and we hope many of you can join us. It's actually going to start with a celebration. Ruben, you'll be happy that we are also having a fiesta. And we will be cutting IFPRI's birthday cake. That's the first thing we're going to do, but you can eat the regular lunch before you have dessert. I also wanted to respond to, or just to let you know, this is the beginning of a roadshow, right? So as in previous years, as our three former DGs will attest, the GFPR gets taken on the road. So we, in fact, in the next event will be in China on June 16th, where we'll presenting the report, and then we have a number of other regional and national events, and we'll do a lot more justice to the regional chapters also in the GFPR, which we really couldn't cover in much detail here. Let me thank so much our editors of the report, but also our researchers. Everybody, you saw that huge list of authors from IFPRI and from our partners, and you know, we only were able to shed a light on a few of these topics here at this meeting. Please do look at the report, and there's just a wealth of information in the report. I also want to really thank the audience. It's been a very full program. We appreciate you sticking with us, especially those of you online. So many thanks also for all your really stimulating questions. Michael, a tremendous keynote, and I think you've given us so much food for thought that we will certainly take to heart. All of you have, especially on this last panel. And we look forward to releasing our new strategy at the end of the year. And I'm sure you'll see many of these points that were raised in there today appearing in the strategy. So with that, let me adjourn this meeting, and we will convene actually again at 2 o'clock for a special session for IFPRI staff and IFPRI alums who are here and who will be joining us online to speak with our three very special guests today, Joachim and Schengen and Per. Thank you so much.